and a return to normal life for the individual. The offerings included a burnt offering, a sin offering, a peace offering, all signifying purification, atonement, and fellowship with God. Now, the completion of the vow was seen as a spiritually enriching experience, potentially bringing the Nazirite closer to God. This was the whole point of the thing. An individual wanted to grow closer to God and possibly conferring divine blessings and favor on that individual. The vow not only affected the Nazirite, but also served as a powerful example of piety and sacrifice to the broader community, highlighting the importance of dedication and spiritual purity. Overall, the Nazirite vow was a profound expression of faith, personal sacrifice, and spiritual discipline, reflecting an individual's desire to live a life set apart for divine service to God. So that's in chapter 6. We move on to chapter 7, and in this chapter, Moses gives information about offerings, but offerings that were to be made by leaders. In Numbers 7, verses 1 to 89, following the construction of the tabernacle, the leaders of each tribe bring offerings for the dedication of the altar itself. This act symbolizes the unity and the commitment of all the tribes in supporting the worship and the service of God. Each tribe would see its particular leader bringing a special sacrifice to the tabernacle. This marked a high point of obedience and unity and devotion to God for the Israelite people. And I say that, I mean in the history of their wanderings in the desert, this point right here, where all the tribal leaders gathered to offer a special sacrifice to God at the tabernacle. It was a high point, a high watermark. There was unity, there was purpose, there was obedience. We will not always see this type of dedication as we continue to study their wanderings in the wilderness. We get to chapter 8, and here Moses gives us information about the consecration of the Levites. We know that the Levites were the individuals who were chosen to serve at the tabernacle. And so the Levites were set apart to serve in the tabernacle, as I said, and this was taking the place of the firstborn. Now, their dedication highlights the structured religious hierarchy and the central role of divine service in daily life. And so this passage not only explains the ceremonial process of consecrating the Levites, but also provides the theological and the communal significance of this act. So let me give you a little background and purpose for this. Historically, the firstborn was considered special and belonged to God, especially as a memorial to the deliverance from Egypt that they had received, where the firstborn of the Egyptians perished while the Israelite firstborn were spared. However, after the sin of the golden calf, the Levites were chosen because of their steadfastness in remaining loyal to God during this period. So they were to be dedicated to the service of the tabernacle, taking the place of all the firstborn sons of Israel who originally had this role. And if you want to read more about this, go to Exodus chapter 13, verses 1 and 2 and verses 11 and 15. And so the practice of consecration, the Levites underwent a specific ritual of purification and dedication to underscore their selection by God to this special role in servants to the tabernacle. So first, there would be cleansing rituals where the Levites were sprinkled with purifying water. They were instructed to shave their bodies and wash their clothes to symbolize their complete cleansing from impurity. Next, there was the presentation before the entire community. They were presented before the congregation and then before the tabernacle, symbolizing their formal introduction and integration into their roles as special servants of the community of God. Then there was the laying on of hands. The Israelites laid their hands on the Levites, signifying the transfer of responsibility from the firstborn to the Levites. This act established a symbolic connection between the community and the Levites, and also endorsing them as their representatives. And then finally there were the offerings and the sacrifices made. Offerings were made on behalf of the Levites, which included both sin offerings for themselves, for their sins, and also burnt offerings that were essential for atonement and consecration to God's service. Now, the taking of the Levites in place of the firstborn had several significant implications. For example, it institutionalized a system where a specific tribe was wholly dedicated to the religious and ceremonial duties of the community, centralizing and professionalizing worship and ritual activities. Before, the leading in worship was done by either the head of the family or the head of the tribe. And we see in this ritual a transfer of this responsibility to a particular class of individuals who were dedicated to doing that work. This act also symbolically continued the protection over the firstborn, redeeming them from their original consecration to divine service by substituting the Levites. And then finally, the Levites' role reinforced the structure within Israelite community, clearly defining roles and duties that maintained the sanctity and the order necessary for their survival and their spiritual health. The Jews needed the relationship that they had with God in order to survive, and their relationship with God was expressed through their interaction with the tabernacle, the offering of sacrifices, the making of vows, and so on and so forth. And the Levites, along with the priests, were the intermediaries that helped the people accomplish these things before God. And so we move on to chapter 9, and here we talk about the second Passover, Numbers chapter 9, verses 1 to 14. The people who are now at Mount Sinai have been in the wilderness for a second year as the day for the Passover feast approaches, and they will celebrate this important feast for only the second time since their liberation from Egyptian slavery. However, a provision is made for those who were unclean or on a journey during the original Passover to allow them to celebrate it a month later, thereby allowing them to comply with the purification and preparations that they were not able to complete on the day of the original Passover feast. This indulgence, this exception, if you will, emphasized God's inclusiveness and the importance that each individual participate in this communal worship. Imagine, God is making exceptions in order to accommodate people who couldn't keep the rules and the regulations for the celebration of the Passover. All of this in order to demonstrate the importance of participating in this critical feast. Next is the cloud and the fire. In Numbers 9:15 to 23, the divine guidance provided by the cloud and fire ensured the Israelites traveled and camped under direct divine instruction, crucial for their survival and success. So here's some details about how these things function. They didn't travel according to what Moses said. Moses was a spokesman for God. As far as their traveling was concerned, what decided their travel was the fire and the cloud. And so the cloud appeared during the day. It was a cloud that covered the tabernacle, specifically the tent of testimony. The fire was at night. The cloud appeared as fire, making it visible in the darkness. And so there was a particular purpose for the cloud and the fire. For example, The primary function of the cloud and fire was to guide the Israelites on their journey. When the cloud lifted from above the tent, the Israelites were to break camp and follow it. When the cloud settled, the Israelites were to stop and to set up camp once again. The movement of the cloud dictated when the Israelites moved and when they stayed. This divine signaling ensured that the Israelites traveled and rested according to God's timing, which could vary from a few days to a longer period in a single location. And then the cloud and fire were physical representations of God's presence among His people. It reassured them of His direct involvement and protection in their lives. If somebody woke up in the morning and they wasn't sure, what am I doing here? Why are we doing this? Is God really with us? He just had to see the constant cloud that was over the tabernacle, and at night to witness the fire that gave light. It's dark in the wilderness, it's dark in the desert at night, and that fire provided a light for them each and every evening. Now, the cloud and the fire served multiple purposes. First, they were constant. They were a visible sign of God's guidance and protection, crucial for maintaining the morale of a people who were journeying through a harsh wilderness. Also, the manifestations provided a practical mechanism for travel logistics, helping to organize and move a large community efficiently. There was no doubt as to when they had to stop or move, or in what direction they were to go. The cloud and the fire provided this information. Remember, there were at least 1.5 million people in that grouping. And then finally, the presence of God through the cloud and fire emphasized the holiness of the tabernacle and the need for the Israelites to maintain purity and obedience. And I can't emphasize this enough, to maintain purity and obedience, because God was in their midst. God was actually present with them, and so all of the regulations and all of the rules served to prepare them to live in such close proximity to the divine presence. And so their journey and life rhythm were directly tied to God's will, as demonstrated by the movement of the cloud and the fire. This dynamic underscored a profound level of divine human interaction, where God's immediate presence and direction were tangible. Day and night, they were always made aware of God's presence. Wherever and whenever the people could visibly confirm that God was actually with them. All right, let's move on to chapter 10. And in chapter 10, Moses writes about the silver trumpets, chapter 10, verses 1 to 10. The purpose of the silver trumpets that were made, first of all, to call the community. The trumpets were used for summoning the whole community or the leaders when they were blown in a certain manner. Also, they were used to signal the start of the camp's movements during their journey through the wilderness. The trumpets were sounded to call the Israelites to arms and to signal the need for God's help in battle, ensuring His remembrance and His assistance of His people. And the trumpets were also to be blown over the offerings during festivals and on the first day of the month, integrating them into the religious celebrations and sacrificial ceremonies. So the trumpets were a normal part of daily life as well as their religious life. They were used in a particular way. A long blast was used for assembling the leaders, while a series of short blasts indicated it was time for the camp to set out. The blasts directed specific tribes when to gather and in what order to commence their march. And so the silver trumpets served as tools for communication and coordination, vital in maintaining order among a large group of people. Obviously, no cell phones, no TV, none of that. So there had to be a way to communicate with all of the people or certain people of the community. They also held religious significance, incorporating the aspect of divine guidance in both daily activities and in special occasions. The sound of the trumpets was a reminder of God's presence and a call to worship, fostering a sense of community and shared spiritual practice. Everybody heard the trumpets. It's a little bit like the sirens that go off at noon here in Oklahoma, the sirens that are tested at noon every Saturday, a familiar thing to those of us who live here in Oklahoma, the tornado warning system. Well, they had the trumpets warning them, but also calling them to assembly, and also used to celebrate various festivals. So this use of the trumpets underscores their role in organizing a nomadic community, guiding their movements, enhancing their religious observances, and reinforcing social bonding and their connection to the divine. Also in chapter 10, we have information about their preparation for departure from Sinai in verses 11 to 36. You have to realize the people have been given their camping and marching orders. They have made the trumpets to provide signals and instructions, and the cloud above the tabernacle enables them to know without a doubt if they are to remain camped or to break camp and to begin to travel following that very same cloud by day and that pillar of light by night. The Israelites' departure from Sinai marked the beginning of their journey toward the promised land, led by the ark and directed by Moses with God's guidance. We have to realize that they spent nearly 2 years at Mount Sinai. When you're reading it, you don't realize how long they spent there, but at Mount Sinai, many things took place. Moses received the law. They built all the elements for the tabernacle. There was the sin with the golden calf and the punishment and the teaching that went on and so on and so forth, the silver trumpets that were made. So they spent quite a bit of time at Mount Sinai, but now it was time to leave that particular area and begin traveling. And so in chapter 11 begins the trouble. We've had relatively not too much trouble in Sinai, but once they hit the road, we see in chapter 11 the trouble begins, and it begins with complaints about their hardships. In chapter 11, 1 to 35, the people begin to complain about their hardships and the manna that they were receiving from heaven, leading Moses to feel the burden of leadership. And so God miraculously provides quail for meat and appoints 70 elders to assist Moses, showing his responsiveness to both the physical and the governance needs of the people. Moses asked for help, God provided the 70 elders. The people asked for something different other than manna, God provides the quail. Now there's a brief mention of God punishing the people, sending a plague for their greedy consumption of the quail that He provided them. This, we will see, is a sign of the trouble ahead, as the people, after more than a year in the wilderness, begin to grow impatient to arrive at their destination. And at one point, they actually consider a return to Egypt. And so the journey from Egypt to the land of Canaan, under direct and uninterrupted travel conditions, would not have taken very long geographically. I mean, the distance between Egypt and Canaan is roughly 200 to 250 miles, depending on the specific starting point and end point. And so if the Israelites had traveled directly from Egypt to Canaan without the significant delays and long stops described in the Bible, I mean, the trip could have been completed relatively quickly. Here are a few things to consider when you're looking at that scenario. Assuming an average walking speed and a manageable daily distance for a large group, including children and elderly people and livestock, the Israelites might have covered about 10 to 15 miles a day. At this rate, the journey from Egypt to Canaan could have taken about 2 to 3 weeks under direct, and ideal. You know, no sandstorms, no illnesses, no terrible accidents, you know, all things considered. It should have only taken several weeks to a month to complete the trip. However, Exodus through Deuteronomy describe a much longer period of wandering in the wilderness, actually 40 years. This extended time was due to a combination of divine judgment for lack of faith and disobedience, and the need for formation and preparation of the Israelites as a covenant community before entering the promised land. You have to understand, these people were slaves for centuries. They had no army, they had no government, they had no formal worship organization, nothing like that. And so they weren't really ready to go in and take over a land where there were established cities and armies and so on and so forth. All of that preparation would have taken place during the 40 years they were in the desert. And so the actual journey, as described in the Bible, involved much more than simply moving from one geographical location to another. It was a significant spiritual and communal development process for the Israelites. Then when we get to chapter 12, we have the problem that arises with Miriam and Aaron as they oppose Moses. And so the story follows in this way. Aaron and Miriam begin to speak against Moses because of his marriage to a Cushite woman. And so their criticism, however, extended beyond his choice of a spouse. They actually question Moses' unique role as God's prophet. And so they said, has the Lord, and I quote, has the Lord indeed spoken only through Moses? Has he not spoken through us also? So this question, this rhetorical question by them, reflected a challenge to the exclusive authority that Moses seemed to hold. The Lord heard their complaint and summoned Moses, Aaron, and Miriam to the tent of meeting. And then God appeared in a pillar of a cloud at the entrance to the tent. When I say the tent of meeting was a place where God would meet with individuals, and this was before the tabernacle was fully finished and functioning. And so God explicitly affirmed Moses' special status as the most faithful servant who had a unique relationship with him, different than any other prophet. Miriam was then struck with leprosy as punishment for her insubordination, and Aaron pleaded for her healing. Miriam was shut out of the camp for 7 days, after which she was healed and then allowed to return. Of course, she was with leprosy, she was ceremonially unclean. And so there are plenty of reasons for their reaction. I want to provide you a couple. First of all, ethnic or cultural prejudice. Their initial focus on Moses' Cushite wife suggests possible ethnic or cultural biases. In other words, Moses' wife is not one of us. The Cushite, likely referring to a person from Cush, a region that was south of Egypt, might have been seen as an outsider. And this could have fueled discontent, especially if there were underlying concerns about leadership and authority. Can you not just hear it? Well, is he really our leader? I mean, after all, his wife is not even one of us. Jealousy and envy, natural sins, of course. Aaron and Miriam might have felt overshadowed by Moses' central role as leader and mediator between God and the people. As his siblings, they were also leaders among the people, but they did not have the same level of direct communication with God. Also, as prominent figures themselves, Aaron being the high priest and Miriam was recognized as a prophetess, they could have perceived that the balance of power was disproportionately in favor of Moses. And so their questioning of whether God has spoken only through him may have been an indication of this, their idea of the power dynamics going on. And then of course, from a theological perspective, this event could be viewed as a test of Moses' humility and his leadership ability, as well as a lesson for the community regarding the importance of respecting divinely appointed leaders. This incident highlights the complexities of leadership and the challenges that can arise even among close relatives when significant power and spiritual authority are at stake. It also underscores the biblical theme that leadership appointed by God comes with divine expectations and also divine protections. And so, even though we've had a wide variety of events that we've looked at today and personal interactions in these 8 chapters of Numbers, I want to share a few lessons that we can draw from these and apply them to ourselves today as followers of Jesus. First of all, holiness and purity are important in church life. Those words don't only apply to people in the Old Testament. These chapters repeatedly stress the need for holiness and purity among the Israelites, from the removal of the unclean from the camp in chapter 5, to the Nazirite vow in chapter 6, to the purification and dedication of the Levites in chapter 8. The text underlines that spiritual purity is crucial, not just for individual holiness, but also for the health and integrity of the entire body, the church. Your purity and devotion spark this kind of attitude in me. We must set the bar at a high point for it to have an impact on everyone. No one in or out of the church is impressed by believers who easily tolerate worldliness in their speech, their dress, or their actions. I mean, we're supposed to be different. That's the whole point of making a witness for Christ. Another lesson we can draw: we seek divine guidance. When I say we, I mean we as a people, we as the people of God, we seek to follow divine guidance. These chapters elaborate on the theme of divine guidance, particularly through the depiction of the cloud and the fire over the tabernacle, in chapter 9. The Israelites were to move and encamp based on these divine signals. This narrative emphasizes the importance of seeking and following divine direction in all endeavors, teaching that true success comes from aligning one's actions with divine will and timing. The entire idea of the restoration movement, for example, is that we are guided solely by the directions given to us in the New Testament. The New Testament is our pillar of smoke and fire. And then finally, leadership and accountability are necessary for success. These chapters also focus on leadership, particularly in the roles of Moses and Aaron and the Levites, and how leaders are held to high standards of accountability. For instance, the criticism and punishment of Miriam and Aaron in chapter 12 for speaking against Moses highlight the necessity of respecting divinely chosen leaders and the consequences of undermining their authority. This underscores the lesson that leadership is a responsibility that requires humility, respect for authority, and accountability. I mean, the quickest way to destroy a congregation of the Lord's church is to sow discord among the leaders, or encourage members to criticize or undermine the elders' leadership by lack of enthusiastic response or support for their leadership roles and the direction that they're setting for the church. So together, these lessons from Numbers teach us about living a life that is directed by spiritual principles, governed by divine authority, and conducted within a framework of congregational unity and purity. These principles are crucial for maintaining order and fostering spiritual growth, not only for ourselves, but also for the congregation that we are a part of. We risk the same kind of wilderness wandering and lack of growth when we disregard the Spirit's lead, when we allow something other than holiness and purity to become our first priority and undermine the leadership we have instead of supporting those who have been appointed to watch over our souls. All right, well that's the lesson for today. Let me show you what our assignment is before we get to our next lesson. I want you to reread chapters 5 to 12. Hopefully with the information I've provided for you in this class, these chapters now as you read them will become more meaningful. And then in preparation for our next class, I want you to read chapters 13 to 20. All right, thank you for being with us. Pray that God blesses you, and we'll see you next time. Well, hello again. Here we are, Numbers and Deuteronomy for beginners, faithfulness in the face of challenge. This is lesson number 4 in our series. Total series, 10 lessons. We're on lesson number 4. The title of this lesson, Rebellion and Leadership. And if the Lord is willing, we'll cover chapter 13 to 20. So the material that we've looked at so far in chapters 5 to 12 were all about preparation. The people had built the tabernacle complex, and in the 7 chapters that we covered previously, Moses provides the details concerning the preparations that were made for their journey. And these included rules to maintain ceremonial purity, a system to deal with crime, a manner to deal with the suspicion of marital infidelity, the regulations for those who are making a Nazirite vow, consecration of the Levites into the service of the tabernacle, the manner of divine guidance with the cloud and the pillar of fire, and finally the proper use of the silver trumpets in order to signal to the people various events and times. After these preparations are made for their departure, 2 negative things occur. First, the people complain about the lack of meat in their diet, and God miraculously provides more than enough quail to feed the entire group. However, in gorging themselves with the meat, the people sin, and God sends a plague to punish them. And once order is restored, then Miriam and Aaron, Moses' sister and brother, challenge Moses' authority, and God affirms Moses' leadership and strikes Miriam with leprosy for her insubordination. We find out later on that she is banished from the camp for a week, and after she healed, she returns, and thus the people are set to leave for their journey to the promised land. Now, I mentioned that the journey from where they were in Sinai to the land of Canaan would take approximately a month to complete. However, we soon find out that there will be a crucial test of faith that the people fail, which will turn their month-long sprint into a 40-year marathon of wandering in the wilderness. And so we begin with chapters 13 to 20, and we'll talk about the general content of that material. Chapters 13 to 20 of the book of Numbers cover a significant period in the journey of the Israelites through the wilderness. These chapters detail pivotal events, their consequences, and their significance to the development of Israel as a nation under God's guidance. So let's begin, shall we, with chapter 13. In chapter 13, Numbers 13, verses 1 to 33, in this section, Moses sends 12 spies, one from each tribe, to scout the land of Canaan. They return after 40 days with reports and samples of the land's produce. And you see in the map before you the extent of their journey. This is pretty much the various places that they went in the land of Canaan and returned to report. Now, the significance of the report of the spies shapes the Israelites' response to God's promise. We read that 10 spies give a discouraging report, focusing on the challenges leading to fear and rebellion among the people, which signify a lack of faith in God's provision and protection. Two of the spies, however, Caleb and Joshua, encouraged the people to trust in God and to know that God will give them the victory despite the challenges mentioned by the other 10 spies. Note that they didn't dispute that there would be difficulties and the enemy was formidable, but their point was that God would give them the victory if they would trust in Him. This conflict sparked a rebellion which is described in chapter 14. Chapter 14, verses 1 to 45. We learn here that the people rebel, refusing to enter Canaan. And we see both Moses and Aaron, as well as Joshua and Caleb, cry out to God for help and plead with the people not to rebel against God. It is at this point that God offers to destroy all of the people and start all over again with Moses and his descendants. Moses argues that other nations will dishonor God for not bringing the people to the promised land, and this would be interpreted as a sign of weakness. That's his argument. The point here is not that God was talked out of something, but that Moses was being tested to see if he had the people's welfare at heart and the proper humility to lead a people who would prove to be hard of heart and rebellious by nature. So this was a test, as much a test for Moses as it was for the people. At this point, God declares that none of this generation, except Caleb and Joshua, who brought back a positive report, none of the people will enter the promised land. All those that had been counted in the census that we talked about a few weeks ago would die in the desert. They are condemned to wander for 40 years, 1 year for each day that the spies spent spying out the land. This represents a pivotal moment of judgment and consequence for disobedience and lack of faith, and also emphasizes the serious repercussions of rebelling against God and not walking by faith. And so we move on to chapter 15. In chapter 15, we go from the scene of rebellion and punishment to a listing of laws on offering and sacrifices. These include rules for unintentional sins, and there's even a description of a specific incident involving a man who was gathering sticks on the Sabbath, who was eventually put to death. This abrupt shift in topic from chapter 14 to chapter 15 can initially seem jarring, but it serves a specific literary and theological purpose within the structure of the text. And here's an explanation of this transition. At one moment, God is punishing the people with a terrible punishment, and then the next moment, He's giving them instructions about specific offerings in their religious exercises. So why do that? Well, first, chapter 14, this chapter deals with the Israelites' rebellion following the negative report by the 10 spies. The people refused to enter the promised land due to fear of the inhabitants, leading to God's decree that they will wander in the wilderness for 40 years, and that none of the current adult generation except Caleb and Joshua will enter the promised land. That's chapter 14. Chapter 15 shifts to detailing various laws and offerings related to when the Israelites will eventually settle in the promised land. These laws include offerings for unintentional sins, as well as regular burnt offerings, grain offerings, and drink offering. So why this shift? This is the point I'm making here. Why this unusual shift in subject matter and tone? Well, first of all, there's a theological reaffirmation that takes place here. After the despair and punishment described in chapter 14, chapter 15 serves as a reaffirmation of the covenant between God and the Israelites. You see, despite the current generation's failure, God continues to prepare the future generation for life in the promised land. It underscores God's unchanging promise to the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Yes, you failed miserably here, but in the future, here are some of the things you'll need to be doing when you eventually enter the promised land. Another reason hope and continuity. By introducing laws relevant to life in Canaan, the text provides a message of hope and continuity. It reassures the Israelites that although they are currently wandering as a consequence of their disobedience, there is still a divine plan in place for them, and they need to prepare for it by understanding the required observances and the rituals. Another reason, instructions, instructional purpose. The new laws in chapter 15 remind the Israelites and the reader of the importance of obedience to God's commandments. After witnessing the devastating consequences of disobedience in chapter 14, these instructions in chapter 15 serve to guide the Israelites on how to live righteously and in alignment with God's will once they enter the promised land. Another reason, literary structure. From a literary perspective, the shift may also serve to transition the narrative from a historical account of events to the legal and ritual instructions necessary for forming a functional society once they enter Canaan, an idea that they had recently thought would be impossible. I mean, after their disobedience and the punishment, they're thinking, we'll never reach the land of Canaan. But by giving them this information about what to do when they get to the land of Canaan, this reaffirms the promise of God that eventually they will enter. And so this structure mirrors other parts of the Pentateuch, where narrative and law interweave to teach through both story, which is narrative, and statute, which are laws and ordinances. And then of course, the abrupt change from chapter 14 to chapter 15 in the book of Numbers effectively bridges the narrative of punishment with a forward-looking focus on preparation for their eventual entry into the promised land. In other words, it reinforces the ongoing relationship between God and the Israelites, centered around the covenant, the promises that are made, obedience by the people, future hope, even in the face of current failures and challenges. The people might want to give up, but God does not give up or change His promises. As for the man executed for breaking the Sabbath by collecting sticks, this event had a significant effect on the people as well, especially after their rebellion over the spies incident. This incident emphasized the importance of observing the Sabbath, a commandment that held a central place in the Mosaic Law. Now, the Sabbath was not only a day of rest, but it was also a sign of the covenant between God and Israel, symbolizing trust in God's provision and a break from daily labors to dedicate time to spiritual reflection and renewal. So by including a narrative, or a story if you wish, about someone breaking the Sabbath, the text underscores the seriousness of this command, that this was a divine command that required compliance, that disobedience threatened the cohesiveness of the community, since this ordinance was also a vehicle to create unity and a particular identity among the Jewish people. You see, only the Jews had a Sabbath day. No other nation had this idea of a day off in order to stop working. Everyone stopped working. Slaves did not work. Women did not work. Men did not work. It was a day off, a day to contemplate spiritual matters. Only the Jews had this particular ordinance. It separated them from the rest of the world. And it also established once again Moses' role, not only in articulating the laws and the ordinances of God, but also as one who could enforce these laws. In the end, he was the one that gave the people the instruction to execute the offender according to the law. So Moses didn't only give the laws and explain the laws, but he also had the authority to enforce the laws. All right, we move on to chapter 16, another important event, Korah's rebellion. In number 16, Korah, along with Dathan and Abiram, and 250 community leaders bring several charges against Moses and Aaron. These charges primarily focus on accusations of excessive authority and mismanagement of their leadership roles. So here's a list of the specific charges brought against Moses and Aaron by Korah and his followers. First of all, Korah accuses Moses and Aaron of taking too much upon themselves. He argues that the entire congregation is holy and that the Lord is among them all, questioning why Moses and Aaron exalt themselves above the assembly of the Lord in Numbers 16 verse 3. Then they're accused of elitism in their leadership. Implicit in Korah's accusation is the charge that Moses and Aaron have established a hierarchy that excludes others who are equally qualified, particularly from the perspective of Korah and the Levites, who also had roles in the religious activities of the community. In other words, today we would say, who made you the boss? Who made you king? That was the argument that they were making. And then of course they accused them of failing in their leadership. Even though they were leaders, they didn't do a good job. Although not directly stated, there's an underlying implication that Moses has failed to bring the people into the promised land. It was his fault. The spies are the ones who lied, the people are the ones who rebelled, but in the end they blamed Moses for not being able to go to the promised land immediately. And in doing so, questioned his effectiveness and the legitimacy of his leadership. And so this reflects the broader context of dissatisfaction among the people regarding their situation and their prospects. Of course, all of this is referenced in other rebellions and complaints throughout the book of Numbers. If it only happened once, it would be one thing, but we see this type of thing taking place over and over again in the book of Numbers. And so these charges express a broader challenge to the established divine order through Moses and Aaron. Korah's rebellion is significant as it not only questions human leadership, but also represents a direct challenge to the structure and authority that has been ordained by God, as Moses' leadership was divinely appointed. In other words, they weren't only challenging Moses, but they were also challenging God. Of course, Moses and God respond decisively to address the accusations and to restore order. And so here's a summary of their responses. First of all, there's an immediate challenge. Moses challenges Korah and his followers to a test to prove who is truly chosen by God. He tells them to take censers and to put fire and incense in them before the Lord the next day, so that the Lord may show who is holy, who is His chosen one. Next, they accuse the rebels of overreaching. In other words, Moses accuses Korah and his followers, particularly the Levites, of not being content with their designated roles and seeking the priesthood, which was beyond what God had assigned to them. They had a very privileged position, but as is in human nature, it didn't seem to be enough. Then Moses attempts to speak with Dathan and Abiram, two others who were in league with Korah and his accusations, and they refused to come, accusing Moses of leading them away from a land flowing with milk and honey. And that wasn't Canaan. They're talking about Egypt. They're complaining that the wrong that Moses did was that he led them out of Egypt, where they only remember the good times. And now they fear that they'll die in the wilderness, further questioning his leadership. And then Moses, as he has done often before and will do again, goes into intercessory prayer for the people. After God tells Moses He's going to destroy the whole congregation, Moses and Aaron intercede for the people, arguing that only those who have sinned, the leaders of the rebellion, should be punished, not the entire community. And so in the following passages, we read of God's response. First of all, God makes a separation. God instructs the congregation to separate themselves from the households of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram. Next, God causes the earth to open up and swallow Korah, Dathan, Abiram, and their households, along with all of their possessions, and then close up again. Imagine the horror of seeing the earth open up, swallow all these people and their tents and possessions and animals, and then close up again, signifying a direct divine intervention to affirm Moses' leadership and punish the rebels in a very public and horrific manner. Then there's the further destruction of another 250 rebels. Fire comes forth from the Lord and consumes the 250 men who were offering incense, which serves as a warning and a sign of divine authority and wrath against those who challenge God's appointed leadership. And then finally, a prevention of further rebellion. After the initial punishment, when the congregation murmurs against Moses and Aaron, blaming them for killing God's people, God sends a plague among the people. And so Moses and Aaron quickly make atonement for the people, with Aaron standing between the living and the dead to stop the plague, and thus preventing further loss of life. And so Moses and God's responses to Korah's rebellion are both immediate and severe, emphasizing the seriousness of the challenge to divinely ordained leadership and the sanctity of God's command regarding religious and communal roles. This incident highlights the consequences of usurping divine authority, and it also serves as a pivotal lesson on the importance of adhering to God's chosen leadership and structure within the Israelite community. Today, I sincerely believe that God is as zealous for the way the church is organized, for the way worship is organized, the way worship is offered in this day and age. God still cares and zealously guards the way that we are to worship Him in an acceptable fashion, and the instructions that He gives us in the New Testament that we can follow in order to do that. And we've seen everywhere how so many individuals have taken it upon themselves to change the instructions that God has given and fashion for themselves a manner of worship that's pleasing to them, but not necessarily pleasing to God. Anyways, we move on to chapter 17. Here the main event is an effort to end disputes over the priesthood. There were disputes over who should have the priesthoods. And so staffs from each tribe's leader are placed in the tabernacle, and we find out that Aaron's staff, overnight, it buds, it blossoms, and it produces almonds in a miraculous fashion. Therefore, the blossoming of Aaron's staff serves as a divine response to resolve the dispute over the priesthood that had been escalated by Korah's rebellion. This miraculous event was meant to clearly demonstrate God's choice and support for Aaron and his descendants as the rightful priests. Here are three specific purposes for why God chose Aaron's staff to bloom. First, it was an affirmation of divine selection. The blossoming of Aaron's staff among all the other staffs of the tribal leaders served to confirm and reaffirm Aaron and his family's divine selection for the priesthood. This event clearly illustrated God's choice, thereby settling any disputes or questions regarding the legitimacy of Aaron's priestly authority. Secondly, there was a restoration of order and peace. By providing a clear and unmistakable sign, God aimed to restore order and peace among the Israelites. Had He not done that, there would be continual battles, continual fights, continual division over this important issue. And so, following the severe punishments meted out in response to Korah's rebellion, the blossoming staff helped to calm tensions and to reassure the people that the leadership structure established by God was to be maintained, thus preventing further rebellions and restoring stability within the community. Notice there were 250 rebels, if you wish. This is out of over 1 million people, so there was a very small number of rebels, but they were threatening to create a huge division among the people of God. And then also the event served as a powerful visual reminder of God's active presence and power in the lives of the Israelites. Despite all of the disruptions, God was still in charge and He was still tending to His people. So this brings us to chapter 18, where we talk about the duties and rights of priests and Levites. Now that the positions and who are to function in these positions have been settled, we begin now to have the responsibilities and privileges of the priests and the Levites, including the details on the offering and the tithes. They have received instructions about their roles and duties in the past, but in chapter 18, God adds and emphasizes the following. First of all, a clarification of responsibilities and rights. While earlier chapters introduced various duties of the priests, Numbers chapter 18 specifically explains a comprehensive set of responsibilities. In other words, it outlines their duties related to the offerings, both the most holy offerings and the lesser holy offerings, and also their role in managing the sanctuary and the altar. Also, there's instruction as to the specific rights to the offerings. This chapter specifies that priests are entitled to certain offerings not previously detailed with such clarity. These include the most holy parts of the offerings made by the Israelites, such as the meat from the sin and guilt offerings, and all the dedicated gifts brought by the Israelites. In chapter 18, you get information about which portion the priests are allowed to keep. And then there's the question of tithes. A significant new detail is that the Levites receive 1/10 of the Israelites' produce as a tithe, and then in turn they are to give a tithe of that tithe to the priests. This specific tithe of the tithe is a detailed regulation of how the Levitical and priestly support structure is to be funded, which hasn't been explained or laid out before. In other words, the Levites were to receive the tithe, 10% of the people's crops and cattle and so on and so forth. They would receive 10% of that, and then they would then give 10% of what they had received to the priests in order to help support the priests on a daily and monthly basis. And then there was also information about land inheritance. A notably new element in this chapter is the explicit statement that the Levites and the priests would have no inheritance of land in Israel. Instead, their inheritance would be the offerings of the Israelites made by fire to the Lord and the tithes. This reinforces their dependence on the community and their unique role within it. And then one other important point in this chapter, and that is the redemption of the firstborn. While the concept of the firstborn belonging to God was introduced earlier, Numbers chapter 18 details the process by which firstborn sons and unclean animals are to be redeemed. The priests play a central role in this process, which underscores their duties in upholding the sanctity of the firstborn dedication to God. And so these regulations in Numbers 18 serve to strengthen the structure and the sanctity of the priesthood, clearly defining their role, their support, and the manner in which they are integrated into the religious and community life of Israel. So the chapter ensures that the minister's spiritual responsibilities are matched by provisions that sustain them materially, creating a balanced system of religious service and community support. And so in the chapter, the priests and the Levites know what their job is, what they are going to do, and the community knows what it needs to do in order to support them in their work. Brings us to chapter 19. Very interesting matter here. Chapter 19, 1 to 22. We have the laws concerning the sacrifice of a red heifer and the use of its ashes to purify those who have come in contact with death. The red heifer was unique as an animal for sacrifice. First of all, its color. The red heifer had to be completely red without 2 hairs of any other color. This complete redness was unique among sacrificial animals, which typically did not have color requirements. Also, the heifer had to be without defect and never have been yoked or worked. And so the purity and lack of labor ensured that the animal was wholly dedicated to the ritual without ever having been used for any other purpose. This was the way of demonstrating its unique position. Another piece of information was the purpose of the sacrifice itself. The primary purpose of the red heifer sacrifice was for ritual purification, specifically to produce the ashes that were used in the water of cleansing. This was necessary for purifying people who had come in contact with a corpse, which rendered them ceremonially unclean. And so the ashes were mixed with water and used in a purification rite. We see that in chapter 19, verses 9 to 13. In contrast, other sacrifices commonly described in earlier chapters, such as in Leviticus, were made for a variety of reasons, including sin offerings, burnt offerings, peace offerings, guilt offerings. These were generally aimed at atonement for sins or expressing gratitude to God or the fulfillment of vows, and they facilitated communion with God. So other animal sacrifices were used for a lot of different reasons. The red heifer sacrifice was used for only one thing. We also have information about the method of the sacrifice. The red heifer was sacrificed outside of the camp, which was unusual because most sacrifices were made at the tabernacle altar. The entire heifer, including its blood, hide, flesh, and dung, were burned to ashes in a ceremonial fashion. Typically, sacrifices involving other cattle were conducted at the altar that was located within the tabernacle or the temple. Parts of the animal were burnt on the altar, but certain parts, like the hide and some of the flesh, could be used by the priests or the one who was offering the sacrifice. More information. The red heifer had very specific requirements. It needed to be completely red, without any blemish, and it must never have borne a yoke. The rarity of such an animal added to the uniqueness and the sanctity of this sacrifice. While offerings like bulls and lambs also had requirements regarding being free of defects, there was no stipulation regarding their color or previous yoke bearing as with the red heifer. It was a very, very specific and unique animal and a very unique sacrifice. And of course the sacrifice itself, the ashes of the red heifer were used for purification purposes, marking this sacrifice as part of a continuing rite that could be used over time by mixing the ashes with water whenever it was needed. The effects of other sacrifices were generally immediate, with the physical parts of the sacrifice consumed by fire at the time of offering and thus not used beyond the ritual sacrifice itself. In other words, you brought a guilt offering, it was burned, it was used, your guilt offering was made, and that was the end of it. The red heifer sacrifice, all the ashes, it was burned to complete ash. Those ashes were collected, they weren't thrown away or buried, they were collected and kept, and they were added to water to make a certain drink and used to purify someone who had become ceremonially unclean because they touched or came in contact with a corpse. The difference being that with the red heifer sacrifice, they could continually use the ashes as they needed to make the drink. And so these distinctions highlight the red heifer's unique role in the Israelite purification rituals, separate from the communal and conventional functions of other sacrifices. So the red heifer provided a means for handling ritual impurity due to death, reflecting a profound understanding of purity, death, and the holiness required for the community living in close proximity to the divine presence. Remember I said before, all of this because God was among the people. It wasn't just a representative of God. It wasn't just an object that kind of represented God. The idea was that the Spirit of God was present with them. And so these sacrifices and these ordinances were given to the people to help them deal with the situation where they were in the presence of God, not only at a time of worship, but was in the presence of God at all times. Today we'd say something like, wow, he's living in the church building. Well, we don't live in the church building today, but their idea, their sense was they were always in the presence of God. Now, ceremonial cleanliness was a crucial aspect of religious life in ancient Israel, as outlined extensively throughout the Old Testament, particularly in the laws given in the books of Leviticus and Numbers, and we've talked about that in the last several lessons. The importance of maintaining ritual purity was multifaceted, reflecting theological, practical, and symbolic dimensions. So here are the key reasons why ceremonial cleanliness was so important. First of all, there is a theological significance, the first of which is the holiness of God. The concept of ceremonial cleanliness was fundamentally linked to the holiness of God. The Israelites were called to be holy. Why? Because their God is holy. The purity laws were a means of preparing the people to approach God, emphasizing the vast difference between God's pure nature and, of course, human impurity. Also, the tabernacle, and then later the temple, was considered the dwelling place of God's presence among His people. Maintaining purity was essential for protecting the sanctity of this space and ensuring that God's presence remained with the community. Also, community cohesion. Ceremonial cleanliness helped establish and maintain a well-ordered society. By adhering to these laws, the Israelites reinforced their identity as a community that was set apart for God. This practice fostered a sense of shared commitment and collective responsibility toward living according to divine laws. Everybody was responsible to remain and maintain ceremonial purity. And of course, moral discipline. The rigorous observance of cleanliness laws cultivated a culture of discipline and obedience among the Israelites, which extended to moral and ethical areas of life. This discipline was essential for maintaining a covenant of faithfulness to God. There's also the idea of health and well-being. While the primary purpose of purity laws was not medical, many of the practices had a secondary health benefit. For example, the laws concerning food or skin diseases and bodily discharge helped prevent the spread of diseases and promoted public health within the camp at a time when medical knowledge about these matters were not available. Also, there was a certain psychological assurance. Ritual purity provided a sense of spiritual and physical well-being. Cleanliness rituals could alleviate concerns about contamination and illness, which were significant in a time when understanding of disease was very, very limited. And then, of course, there was symbolic representation. Ceremonial cleanliness rituals often symbolized the removal of sin and the restoration of a right relationship with God. The process for purification and atonement illustrated the spiritual realities of sin's defilement and the need for divine cleansing. And of course, the act of cleansing oneself before participating in worship or entering the sacred space of the tabernacle or the temple served as a physical expression of spiritual preparation. It was a tangible way of expressing reverence and readiness to engage with the divine for prayer and for worship. And then one more, for the purpose of education and remembrance. The daily and weekly practices associated with maintaining ritual purity served as a constant reminder of the Israelites' special relationship with God, their history, and their responsibilities under the covenant. This ongoing aspect of education helped ingrain religious principles into every aspect of daily life. And so ceremonial cleanliness was thus not only about maintaining external purity, but was deeply intertwined with spiritual, ethical, and community life, reflecting and reinforcing the core values and the beliefs of the Israelite community. And then finally we arrive at chapter 20, verses 1 to 29. Chapter 20 of the book of Numbers serves as a significant breakpoint in the narrative of the Israelites' wilderness wanderings for several reasons. This chapter marks a crucial transition and provides events that fundamentally affect the leadership and the future direction of the Israelites as they continue towards the promised land. Here's how it serves as a breakpoint. First, there's the death of Miriam and Aaron. The chapter begins with the death of Miriam at Kadesh in chapter 20, verse 1. Her death marks the loss of a key leader. As Moses' sister and prophetess, her presence was significant for the Israelite community. Later in the same chapter, Aaron dies on Mount Hor. Aaron's death is particularly impactful because he was the high priest and he had played a central role in religious and civil leadership. And so the passing of Aaron signifies a major transition in the priesthood itself, with his son Eleazar taking over his duties. Next is the incident at Meribah. Here, one of the most critical events in this chapter is when Moses strikes the rock at Meribah in order to bring forth water instead of speaking to the rock as God had commanded him in Numbers 20, verses 7 to 12. Because of this act of disobedience, God tells Moses that he will not lead the people into the promised land. This decree marks a dramatic shift in the leadership narrative, setting the stage for Joshua to eventually take over as the leader of the Jewish people. Then there's a shift in generation. The events in chapter 20 occur in the 40th year of the Israelite wandering, indicating that the wandering period decreed by God is nearing its end. The deaths of Miriam and Aaron, along with the impending death of Moses, symbolized the passing away of the older generation that had left Egypt. Then there's the rejection at Edom. Moses sends messengers to the king of Edom requesting passage through his territory, promising to stay on the main road and pay for any water consumed. The king of Edom refuses and even threatens force if the Israelites try to pass. This rejection forces the Israelites to take a much longer route around Edom, delaying their journey to Canaan. And then there's the strategic realignment and challenges that take place. The chapter concludes with the Israelites at Mount Hor on the border of Edom, preparing for the final stages of their journey. The focus begins to shift towards conquering the land and dealing with external enemies such as the Canaanites whom they fight in chapter 21. And so chapter 20 acts as a turning point, if you will, in the wilderness narrative, marking the transition from the old leadership to new, signaling the end of an era of wandering and setting the stage for the conquest of Canaan. It highlights themes of judgment, transition, and the inevitability of change, critical for the continuation of Israel's covenant journey. And so we finish chapter 20 and this whole section as we do in our lessons with a couple of lessons for us today. What can we draw? Many lessons can be drawn from these, but I've chosen only two lessons. Lesson number one: the importance of faithful leadership and accountability. We cannot underestimate how important leadership, faithful leadership and accountability, how important that is in the church. Chapters 12 to 20 feature pivotal moments concerning the leadership of Moses, Aaron, and Miriam. In chapter 12, Miriam and Aaron challenge Moses' unique role as God's leader, which results in Miriam's temporary punishment with leprosy and a reinforcement of Moses' God-given authority. In chapter 20, Moses himself disobeys God's command at Meribah by striking the rock to produce water instead of speaking to it, leading to God's judgment that he will not enter the promised land. So what's the lesson for today's believer? Well, these narratives underscore the critical importance of humility, obedience, and accountability in leadership roles within the church. Leaders are held to high standards because their actions and attitudes significantly influence others. Moreover, these passages remind believers that all authority comes from God, and challenging this authority without just cause or disobeying God's direct commands can have severe consequences. Even Moses was disciplined by God for his disobedience. This teaches believers to seek God's guidance in their actions and to maintain a humble and obedient heart, especially those who are in leadership positions. All right, that's lesson number 1. Lesson number 2. Unity in the church is vital. Throughout Numbers 16 and 17, the community faces division and rebellion, notably with Korah's challenge to Moses and Aaron's leadership. This dissent leads to severe repercussions, not only for the rebels, but for the entire community, which suffers from a plague as a consequence of the associated turmoil. So what's the lesson for today's believer? Well, these chapters highlight the importance of unity and the dangers of discord within the church. For believers today, this underscores the need for maintaining peace and harmony within the church and among fellow believers. Disputes and divisions can weaken the church's mission and effectiveness and can lead to spiritual decay. The resolution of conflicts and the fostering of a spirit of cooperation and unity are essential in reflecting Christ's love to a lost world that is already skeptical about organized religion. We don't need to give the world another reason to distrust the church. If they can see unity here and forgiveness and discipline, they will have many more reasons to trust us when we proclaim the gospel to them. All right, well, that's a rather long lesson on these chapters. Here's the assignment for next week. If you're still with me here, I want you to reread chapters 13 to 20. Again, reinforce all the information that this section has given you and this lesson has provided, and then read chapters 21 to 27 in preparation for our next class. Well, that's it for today. I thank you for your attention. I pray that God blesses you and hope to see you next time. All right, here we are once again, Numbers and Deuteronomy for Beginners, Faithfulness in the Face of Challenge. That's the name of our series. We are in lesson number 5, entitled Journey to the Plains of Moab. And Lord willing, today we're going to cover chapters 21 to 27. So let's get into our study. In the previous section of the book of Numbers, chapters 13 to 20, we studied the main arc of both Moses and Aaron's leadership time over the Jewish people. According to the Bible, the Israelites left Mount Sinai on the 20th day of the second month of the second year after their departure from Egypt. Numbers chapter 10, verses 11 and 12. During this time, God gave Moses the law and the instructions for building the tabernacle. In addition to this, the people built the tabernacle complex and its furnishings in preparation for setting it up in the Promised Land, a journey that would have taken only a few months. They built the tabernacle. The idea was they built it there at Mount Sinai, and they were going to carry it into the Promised Land and set it up there. However, after sending out the spies to assess the land, and upon their return, the negative report of 10 of these men caused the people to rebel and threaten to return to Egypt. In response to this, God punished the people by causing them to remain in the wilderness 40 years, 1 year for each day that the spies had spent spying out the land. Near the end of this time, that generation, except the faithful spies Joshua and Caleb, died in the desert along with both Miriam and Aaron. Only Moses was left of that era's leadership. Now in Numbers chapter 20, he is told that he also will not enter the Promised Land with the people because he failed to follow God's instructions to speak to the rock in order to bring forth water for the Israelites at Meribah. Instead, Moses struck the rock twice with his staff. And as a result of this act of disobedience, God tells Moses and Aaron, and we jump ahead to Deuteronomy 32 for this passage. God says, "Because you did not trust in me enough to honor me as holy in the sight of the Israelites, you will not bring this community into the land I give them." And so God reminds Moses of this consequence, and he allows him to view the land from afar before his death. In the meantime, there is still one last leg of the journey to complete in order to reach the plains of Moab, which will serve as a kind of a staging area, if you wish, for the people's entry into the Promised Land. And this is where we pick up our story in Numbers chapter 21. Now in chapters 21 to 25 of the book of Numbers, we have a narration of a series of crucial events as the Israelites journey through the wilderness, approaching the Promised Land. These chapters include conflicts, divine interventions, prophecies, and moral failures, each reflecting significant themes and lessons for the Israelites. So let's go through each one of these. We begin in chapter 21, the journey to the Transjordan. Now, the term Transjordan refers to the area east of the Jordan River, which is now roughly encompassed by the modern state of Jordan. In the context of the Bible, particularly the book of Numbers, the Transjordan is significant as the region where the Israelites encamped before crossing into the Promised Land, and where several of the tribes eventually settled. The Arad victory, which is talked about in chapter 21, 1-3, after the Canaanite king of Arad attacks Israel, the Israelites vow to destroy their cities if God delivers them into their hands. This victory signifies God's ongoing support for Israel's conquests. After this, there's the journey to Mount Hor, Numbers 21, 4-9. A familiar pattern here repeats itself. Right on the heels of their great victory in battle, largely powered by their trust in God to overcome their enemies, the Israelites begin to complain against God and Moses about the lack of food and water. In response, God sends venomous snakes among the people, and many are bitten and die. As a remedy, God instructs Moses to make a snake out of bronze and set it on a pole, and anyone who is bitten can look at it and live. Moses obeys, and those who look upon the bronze snake after being bitten are healed. Again, we read that in Numbers 21, 4-9. Now, before going on to the significance of the snake and its role in healing, I want to explain a theological principle known as type and antitype. In biblical theology, the concept of type and antitype are used to describe how events, persons, or things in the Old Testament prefigure and foreshadow greater truths which are revealed in the New Testament. And so a type is a real historical event or person or object in the Old Testament that serves as a prophetic symbol or example pointing forward to a future event or person. Types are often seen as patterns or models that have both a direct significance at the time of their occurrence and an additional deeper significance when linked to later Christian teachings. Now, the antitype is the fulfillment or the realization of the type in the New Testament. It is often revealed through the person, work, or the teachings of Jesus Christ. The antitype not only fulfills the type, but usually exceeds it in meaning and significance, providing the ultimate interpretation of what the type was originally pointing towards. So let me give you a few examples of type and antitype. Adam, for example, Adam as a type. Adam is described as a type of Christ in Romans chapter 5, verse 14, where Paul calls him a pattern of the one to come. Adam's actions affect all of humanity because of sin, and he serves as a figure of Christ who, unlike Adam, brings righteousness and life to all humanity through his obedience. Another type is Jonah. Jesus refers to Jonah's experience in the belly of the fish for 3 days and 3 nights as a sign that points to his own death and burial and resurrection after 3 days. And he mentions that in Matthew chapter 12, verse 40. And so the bronze snake, therefore, serves as a means of salvation for the Israelites, symbolizing God's provision and grace in the face of judgment. It also reflects the consequences of sin and the immediacy of God's mercy when His people turn to Him in faith. And so the snake is a type representing this theological idea introduced here in the Old Testament. In John chapter 3, verses 14 and 15, we have the antitype of the bronze snake in the New Testament. Jesus refers to the bronze snake in his conversation with Nicodemus. He says, just as Moses lifted up the snake in the wilderness, so the Son of Man must be lifted up, that everyone who believes may have eternal life in Him. John chapter 3, verses 14 and 15. Again, the theological significance. Jesus draws a parallel between the bronze snake being lifted up on a pole, there's the type, and His own upcoming crucifixion, the antitype. The analogy underscores that just as the bronze snake was the source of physical healing and salvation from immediate death in the Old Testament, Christ on the cross is the source of spiritual healing and salvation for those who believe, in other words, for those who look upon Him as well. So we have some key theological themes produced by the snake type and antitype, and I'd like to share a couple of those with you now. First is salvation through faith. Both of these narratives emphasize faith as the mechanism for salvation. Just as the Israelites had to look at the bronze snake to be healed, this was their expression of faith required by God. If you stayed in your tent and just thought about the snake, wasn't good enough. You had to go and fetch and find where the pole with the snake was, and you had to go look upon it in order to be healed. In the New Testament, individuals must repent and be baptized. That's in Acts chapter 2, verse 38. This is the expression of faith required by God today in order to be saved. Another theological theme is divine grace in response to judgment. The bronze snake was provided as a means of grace and mercy in response to God's judgment for sin. Similarly, the crucifixion of Jesus is the ultimate expression of God's grace in making restitution for our sins and thus offering forgiveness and life in response to the judgment that our sins deserve. And then one more, a symbol of sin and curse. In the Bible, snakes are often symbols of sin and evil, Genesis chapter 3. And being lifted on a pole or a tree was a sign of being cursed. We read about that in Deuteronomy chapter 21. Christ's crucifixion, where he is metaphorically lifted up as sin itself and as bearing a curse, fulfills this symbolism, taking upon himself the curse of sin to provide healing and salvation to all who believe. It's like how an antidote works to heal a poisonous infection. You take some of the poison and you make an antidote. Jesus took on the sins, the curse, and provided healing for those who believe in him. Typology enriches biblical interpretation by linking Old Testament with the New Testament, demonstrating the unified plan of God across all the scriptures. It helps believers understand how historical events and laws from the Old Testament find their ultimate meaning in Christ revealed in the New Testament. All right, well, let's get back to our chronology of events, now that we've taken a bit of a side road to explain type and antitype. Next event is the Song of the Well and the conquests over the Amorites, chapter 21, verses 10 to 20. So Israel sings a song celebrating the well that was provided by God, and they conquer territories from the Amorite kings Sihon and Og. These victories highlight God's direct involvement in granting them success and preparing them for the impending conquest of Canaan. Remember, all along the way, God is preparing the people for what they will have to be doing in Canaan, and part of what they will have to be doing is a military activity. And so they're practicing, if you wish, this military activity by putting down several of the nations surrounding Canaan at this time. And so the Israelites now control the land east of the Jordan River, from which they could prepare to conquer and settle the land on the western side of the Jordan River, known as Canaan, as we see here on the map. In chapters 22 and 24, we have an interesting story or account about Balaam, a prophet. It begins with Balak, the king's invitation to Balaam in chapter 22, verses 1 to 21. Balak, who was the king of Moab, another nation, summons Balaam, a prophet, to come and curse Israel because of his fear that this large number of people will overrun the land. Balaam's journey is marked by an angelic intervention that his donkey perceives, teaching about God's control over all the nations and the protection of his own people. This is where Balaam's donkey answers the prophet when being questioned by him. Numbers 22:22 to 24:25, we have the story of Balaam's prophecies. Despite his initial intentions and encouragement by the king to curse the Israelites, in the end, Balaam blesses Israel multiple times instead, proclaiming their prosperity as well as their dominance. These blessings reinforce the divine favor upon Israel and God's plan for their future. While specific details about Balak's death or further actions are not detailed directly after the events of Numbers chapters 22 to 24, his name reappears as part of Israel's history in retrospective references later on, warning against similar enmity towards Israel, where Balak's interactions with Balaam are recalled as a reminder of God's protection over Israel. We move on to chapter 25, another event, and that's at Peor, the council against Israel. Despite his prophetic proclamation in favor of Israel during his oracles, Balaam later played a role in leading Israel into sin. He is mentioned as having advised the Midianites on how to corrupt Israel by leading them into idolatry and immorality with Moabite women. And so this began with the Israelite men being seduced by Moabite women into fornication, as well as participation in Baal worship, specifically of the local god Baal of Peor. Baal was a kind of a universal god, universal pagan god, and every city had a version of this god, every city and every region. So in Peor there was Baal of Peor. The climax of this sinful behavior occurred when a Jewish man actually brought a Midianite woman, this time into the camp and into his tent, thus defiling not only himself, but defiling the camp. This act led to a rebellion with many leaders falling into idolatry and caused a severe plague to fall on the entire camp. In Numbers 25, 6-18, we read about Phinehas, who was Aaron's grandson. He ends the plague by killing the couple themselves. You know, the Jewish man and the Midianite woman, he drives a spear through them. And these people who were involved in apostasy could have destroyed the camp. And so Phinehas' quick and zealous action earns him a covenant of peace and a perpetual priesthood from God. This act symbolized the importance of zeal for God's law and the impact of righteous actions on the communal well-being. Sometimes you had to act quickly and you had to act decisively and zealously, and this is what Phinehas did. Balaam, by the way, that prophet that caused all this problem, Balaam's end comes when he is killed by the Israelites during a military campaign against the Midianites later on, as instructed by God. His death is mentioned explicitly in a little further down in Numbers 31, verse 8. It says, "They killed the king of Midian along with the rest of their slain, Elvi, Rechem, Zur, Hur, Reba, and 5 kings of Midian. They also killed Balaam, the son of Beor, with the sword." And so these events have particular significance that I'd like to share for you. First of all, it prepared the people for conquest. The military victories and the divine interventions in these chapters serve to prepare and to reassure the Israelites of their ability to conquer the land that is promised to them with God's direct support and guidance. Remember, these people were in slavery for 400 years. They wandered into the desert following Moses, but they had no military training, they had no organization, they had no law, no governors, nothing. And so God is training and preparing them as they interact with the nations around them while they're going through the wilderness. Also, there are spiritual and moral lessons that they learn along the way. The events involving the bronze snake, for example, and Balaam's blessings highlight the themes of salvation, divine protection, and the fulfillment of God's promises. These narratives strengthen the Israelites' trust in God's plans and their spiritual identity. They're saying to themselves, there really is a God. He really is taking care of us, because they see plainly His intervention in their lives. And perhaps one more, the consequences of disobedience. The incident at Peor illustrates the severe consequences of straying from God's commandments, emphasizing the importance of maintaining purity and devotion amidst external influences, which is nothing different than we have to deal with today as well. And so the following chapters 26 and 27 of the book of Numbers document significant transitional events as the Israelites prepare for their entry into the promised land. And so these chapters 26 and 27 focus on a new census, inheritance laws, and the transition of leadership from Moses to Joshua. So here's an orderly explanation of each event along with passage references and their significance. So we begin in chapter 6 with the second census. And so in chapter 26, God commands Moses and Eleazar to take a census of the whole Israelite community by their clans. All men 20 years old or older who can serve in the army. This occurs after the plague associated with the Baal Peor incident. Then there's the result of the census, verses 5 to 51. The census lists each tribe's male population. This new count reflects those who will enter the promised land, excluding the generation that came out of Egypt, as they were decreed to die in the wilderness due to their disobedience. Of course, the exception being Caleb and Joshua. And so this census serves to organize and prepare the new generation for conquest and settlement. It underscores a shift from the old generation that experienced the Exodus to the new generation that will experience the conquest of Canaan. Then we have another census, this time for the Levites. In Numbers 26, 57 to 62, the Levites are counted from a month old and above, highlighting their distinctive role and duties separate from military service. While the land is to be distributed to the tribes according to the census numbers, the Levites are not to receive a territorial inheritance. Their inheritance, if you remember well, is the Lord Himself and the offerings that are given to the Lord. The Levites take a tithe. 10% of all the offerings go to the Levites. And as we learned in past lessons, the Levites would then take 10% of what they received and pass it along to the priests for their own particular support. And so the arrangement reinforces the Levites' special status and duties in the religious life of Israel, focusing on spiritual service over territorial governance. In chapter 27, we have some information about inheritance laws and the transition of the leadership. In chapters 27, 1 to 11, we learn of the daughters of Zelophehad who petitioned to inherit their father's land as he had no sons. God instructs Moses to grant them their inheritance, setting a precedent for inheritance rights for daughters in the absence of sons. This adjustment in the law promoted justice and equity in Israelite society. And what it did was it ensured that family legacies and property would remain with that family even in the absence of male heirs. There's also a succession of leadership. Numbers 27, 12 to 23. God tells Moses that he will not enter the promised land, and He instructs him to appoint Joshua as his successor. And so Moses obeys. He lays hands on Joshua before Eleazar the priest and the community, conferring authority on Joshua. This transition of leadership is critical for maintaining continuity and stability. Joshua's appointment underlines the importance of godly leadership and the need for public endorsement and divine appointment of leadership transitions. Joshua did not appoint himself as a leader. He didn't say, well, I've been here for the longest time, I've been an apprentice to Moses, it's only natural that I take over. In Israelite society, no one appointed themselves as priests or anything like that. God did that. In the church, it's the same thing. No one appoints themselves as an elder or a deacon. Those individuals are appointed by the church. So these chapters are pivotal as they deal with reorganization and the preparation of the Israelite community for life in Canaan, which is going to be very different from the life that they've known in the wilderness. For example, military victories. The military success in chapter 21 demonstrate God's support for Israel, and they signify their growing readiness as a conquering nation, a key aspect of their identity. They will fight many, many wars in the future. Also, it demonstrates divine protection and guidance. The narrative about the bronze snake, for example, and Balaam underscore God's protective guidance and His plans for Israel's blessing, reinforcing their special status as His chosen people. They weren't just His chosen people like on paper. They were His chosen people in fact, day after day. He provided for them, He protected them, He helped them when they failed, He forgave them when they made mistakes and when they sinned. And also there were moral and spiritual testing that was taking place while they were in the wilderness. The incident at Peor, for example, represents a critical test of Israel's loyalty to Yahweh, illustrating the constant threat of apostasy and the need for vigilance in maintaining covenant relationship and faithfulness. There was also preparatory actions. The census, for example, prepares the nation for military and civic action in the conquest and the settlement of the promised land. Once they're in the promised land, they have to govern the land, they have to separate, they have to have relationships between the various tribes, and so they're being trained for that. Also, legal and social foundations are being laid, establishing inheritance laws, including those for women. This helped in laying down a more equitable social structure. And then of course, leadership continuity, ensuring a smooth leadership transition from Moses to Joshua helps in maintaining morale and direction as the Israelites stand on the brink of fulfilling the promise of entering the promised land. And so each event in these chapters teaches lessons about God's protection, the consequences of disobedience, and the importance of remaining faithful to divine commands. They collectively mold the character and destiny of the Israelites as they prepare to enter the promised land. And in addition to this, they collectively emphasize readiness, military, legally, and leadership-wise. They had to be ready for the significant changes awaiting the Israelites as they transitioned from being wanderers to being settlers. Okay, so there's the information on several of these chapters. As always, a couple of lessons that we can draw for our own benefit today from the experience of the Israelites. One of these is that depending on God's provision and protection should always be our first priority. For example, in Numbers 21, when the Israelites faced the venomous snakes as the result of their complaints and lack of faith, God provided a means of healing through the bronze snake lifted by Moses. This event emphasizes reliance on God's provision even in punishment or correction. The lesson for us is the importance of looking to God for sustenance, for healing, for protection first, especially in times of distress and dissatisfaction with life circumstances. It's not faith if our attitude is, well, we might as well pray, it can't hurt. That's not true faith. My point here is that going to God for help first should be our natural go-to move when things get tough. When things get difficult, going to God in prayer first should be natural, it should be instinctive. And this is one of the lessons that we learn here from their experience. Another lesson, God is sovereign over the plans of human beings. In Numbers 22 to 24, Balaam's intent to curse Israel is overridden by God, who turns the intended curse into blessings. Despite Balak, the king, beside his persistent attempts to harm Israel through curses, God's protective hand over His people changes curses into blessings. Again, where's the lesson for us in this? Well, this narrative underscores the sovereignty of God over all human plans and intentions. It encourages Christians to trust in God's overarching plans for their lives, even when we don't quite understand, and especially when we don't understand. You see, with God, all things are possible. However, not everything comes with an explanation. That's why and that's how we walk by faith. We don't always have an explanation for everything. This is why our life is built on faith and not simply on understanding all of the details. And then one more lesson, compromise is dangerous. The dangers of compromise and the need for moral integrity. In Numbers 25, the Israelites engage in idolatry and sexual immorality with the Moabite women, leading to God's severe punishment. We see that Phinehas' zealous act in killing the man and the Midianite woman stops the plague sent as punishment, showcasing a drastic but necessary action to preserve the holiness of the community. What's the lesson in that for us? This stark event highlights the dangers of compromising one's faith by confronting the secular and pagan practices that surround us every single day. For Christians, it's a call to uphold moral integrity and remain faithful to God's commandments, even in a culture that might encourage contrary behavior. Zeal for God's holiness in an unbelieving, even pagan environment is what creates the light in the darkness. We can't show people the way by compromising our behavior so we'll be accepted by unbelievers. That's what the world likes, low-intensity Christians who contribute to the darkness instead of lighting up the darkness. Each of these lessons from Numbers 21 to 27 encourages Christians to navigate their spiritual journey with faith and trust in the divine sovereignty of God and uncompromised moral integrity. Remember that Paul said in 1 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 11, concerning what was written in the Old Testament. He said, "Now these things happened unto them as an example, and they were written for our instruction, upon whom the ends of the ages have come." And so Paul confirms that everything we see in the Old Testament certainly happened to the Jews to teach them, in real time, but they were also written as an example for us to follow in our Christian lives, in our generation and every generation in the future until Jesus returns. Okay, so that's the end of our class for today. I give you our assignment, as always. Now that we've reviewed in detail some of the events that have taken place in 21 to 27, I encourage you to reread those chapters to get all that information into context, and then go ahead and read Numbers 28, chapters 28 to 36 in preparation for our next lesson. Thank you for your attention. We'll see you next time if the Lord is willing. All right, here we are again, another class on Numbers and Deuteronomy for beginners, faithfulness in the face of challenge. This is lesson number 6, and the title of this lesson is Preparing to Enter the Promised Land, and hopefully we will cover chapters 28 to 36 of the book of Numbers. Well, in this final lesson, covering, as I said, chapters 28 to 36 of Numbers, we go full circle in the journey of the Israelites to the Promised Land. After their departure from Egypt, they made their way to Mount Sinai, where they spent nearly 2 years in preparation for their journey to the land of Canaan. We witnessed their departure and eventual plan to spy out the land in preparation to enter, remove the inhabitants, and settle the land as their own. In our previous session, we read about the failure of the spies to bring a good report, which caused a rebellion among the people and God's judgment upon them in the form of a curse that they would remain in the wilderness until every single person of that generation, except Caleb and Joshua, that refused to enter in would remain and die in the wilderness. Now, the irony of this punishment was that it would be their children who they had used as an excuse not to enter in. They said, "Oh, we can't enter in, it's too dangerous for our children, we want to protect our children." Well, in the end, it would be their children who would come into the promised land and not their parents. So far, we have seen the passing of the older generation of leaders as Aaron and Miriam have died, and Moses will not advance with the people into Canaan, and has asked God to transfer his authority over to Joshua, who will be the one who will not only lead the people into the land, but also lead them in the conquering, apportioning, and settling of the 12 tribes in the land given to them by God. So the people are once again amassed across the river, ready to cross in, but unlike last time, there's no scouting and there's no reporting. Only the real-time preparation of the people to go in and take, with God's help of course, the land promised to them long ago. So in chapters 28 to 36 of the book of Numbers, these chapters contain a mix of regulations for offerings, preparations for entering Canaan, and guidelines for the distribution and governance of the promised land itself. These chapters effectively transition the narrative from the wilderness wanderings to the threshold of Canaan, and then setting the stage for their conquest and eventual settlement of the land. So we begin with chapters 28 and 29, instructions for daily offerings and festivals. And so Moses gives the people the information for their worship system, and he provides them with the daily and regular offerings. For example, there'd be a morning offering and an evening offering. Each morning, each evening, 2 lambs, 1 year old without blemish, as a burnt offering each day. And then they would have the Sabbath offering every Sabbath, in addition to the daily offerings, 2 additional lambs of the same specification for the burnt offering, with accompanying grain and drink offerings. And then in addition to these, there was the monthly offering at the beginning of each month, the new moon, if you will. Here, 2 young bulls, 1 ram, 7 male lambs, 1 year old without defect, with associated grain and drink offerings, plus 1 male goat for sin offering. Read about that in chapter 28, 11 to 15. So those are the daily and regular offerings to be accomplished each day, each month, each week, and so on and so forth. Then you had the annual festivals that they had to keep. First was the Passover. That was in the first month on the 14th day. Special sacrifices were associated with Passover, the remembrance meal, remembering the time that they left Egypt. Second feast was the Days of Unleavened Bread, again the first month, this time from the 15th to the 21st day. Here, 2 bulls, 1 ram, 7 lambs, 1 year old without defect, each day of the festival as a burnt offering, with appropriate grain and drink offerings, and 1 goat for a sin offering every single day for the festival of unleavened bread. Then there was the Feast of Weeks. We're more familiar with the term Pentecost. This took place 50 days after the Passover, 7 weeks, 7 Sabbaths plus a day, 50 days after Passover. It was a single day festival, and on that day, 2 young bulls, 1 ram, 7 1-year-old lambs, again without defect, for burnt offerings, with accompanying grain and drink offerings, and as always, a goat for a sin offering. The fourth feast mentioned in the calendar is the Feast of Trumpets on the 7th month, the first day. Here, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 7 one-year-old lambs without defect for burnt offerings. Again, associated grain and drink offerings, and 1 goat for a sin offering. That was for the Feast of Trumpets. The next feast was the Day of Atonement. Again, the 7th month, this time on the 10th day. And the offerings were 1 bull, 1 ram, 7 one-year-old lambs without defect for burnt offerings, grain and drink offerings accompanying these, and 1 goat for a sin offering. The next feast was the Feast of Tabernacle, or some call it the Feast of Booths. Again, the 7th month. This would last from the 15th of the 7th month to the 21st day of the 7th month. Numbers of bulls decreased each day. In other words, they began with a certain number. They began with 13 bulls, and each day they decreased 1 down to 7, while 1 ram and 7 lambs were constant daily offerings, all with the corresponding grain and drink offerings, and also a goat for a sin offering. Now, by the time of Jesus, 3 other feasts were added to the yearly calendar. The 7th was the 8th day of assembly. This was in the month of Tishri on the 23rd. This was the day after the Feast of Tabernacles. It was a separate festival immediately following the Feast of Tabernacles, marked by a time of assembly and prayer, and it served as a closing to the intense series of holy days that they had experienced. Then there was the Feast of Dedication, or Hanukkah. It was in the month of Kislev on the 25th, and this corresponds, of course, to our months of November, December. Although of later origin and not one of the pilgrim festivals, Hanukkah commemorates the rededication of the Second Temple in Jerusalem and is marked by the lighting of candles each night for 8 nights. And then there's the Feast of Lots, or Purim. The Jewish month Adar, the 14th, again usually occurs in winter, February to March. This feast marks the deliverance of the Jewish people from imminent doom at the hands of the Persian official Haman, as recorded in the book of Esther. It is a festive celebration involving the reading of the book of Esther, the giving of gifts, and various charitable donations. Now, I've included in your student workbooks, some of you are watching this and taking your own notes. Others have ordered the student workbook. And in the student workbook, you have a Jewish calendar of the festivals as they were in AD 30. And what we've done is we've matched these to the Gregorian calendar. So we have the Jewish calendar, the dates when all of these feasts would take place. And then we also have the Gregorian calendar, which is what we use today, to give you an idea of what time of year these feasts took place. And we also provide some of the information that I've just given you about what took place during each of these feasts. So this is your kind of go-to reference. When you read about one of these feasts, if you don't remember exactly, you can go straight to this calendar here and get a little background information. All right, another event and tradition popular with the Jews, but not recorded in the Hebrew Bible, is the history of the Maccabean revolt, and especially the event of the miracle of the oil. You hear about this all the time. I thought I'd add this right here to give you some background on these 2 events. First of all, after successful guerrilla war against the Seleucid Empire in 167 BC, the Jewish family of the Maccabees, who led this uprising, recaptured Jerusalem and set about rededicating the temple. Upon recapturing the temple, the Maccabees sought to relight the menorah, the sacred candelabrum, an important ritual that symbolized the presence of God in the sanctuary. However, they found only a single cruse of pure olive oil that had not been defiled by the Greeks, bearing the seal of the high priest. And so this small amount of oil was sufficient, but only for one day. According to tradition, the oil miraculously burned for 8 days, which was the time needed to prepare and to consecrate fresh oil under conditions of ritual purity. These detailed instructions for daily worship and yearly festivals reinforced the importance of regular and seasoned worship as the Israelites prepared to settle in Canaan, ensuring that the community remained in constant communion with God. So there's just a little background history on a tradition that you might hear people talk about that is not necessarily written about in the Hebrew Bible, in the Old Testament, anywhere. So we'll continue now with our study and we'll move on to chapter 30. And in chapter 30 you have a regulation of vows, chapter 31 to 16. These were laws concerning the making and the fulfillment of vows, particularly focusing on the vows made by women and how they were to be handled by their fathers or their husbands. In the end, the men who were charged with the leadership of their families would be bound to uphold and support the completion of the vow. And so for this reason, they had a say in the making of a vow by the woman in the family. The system also tested the involvement of the men in the affairs of their own families, since there were instances when their authority could be nullified. For example, failure to object promptly. If a father hears his daughter's vow and he does not express disapproval on the day that he learns of it, the vow stood and the daughter was obligated to fulfill it. Similarly, if a husband hears of his wife's vow and does not make an objection on the day that he hears it, the vow remains in effect. So Numbers rather, chapter 30, verse 4 to 7. Another law concerning inconsistency in response. Here's an example. If a husband initially approves or fails to disapprove his wife's vow, but then later decides to annul it, the vow cannot be nullified after the initial period of acceptance. The husband, therefore, is held accountable for any resulting iniquity due to his inconsistency or failure to annul the vow promptly. And then we also have another law, and this is for those who were widowed or divorced. If a woman who made a vow subsequently becomes a widow or gets divorced, her vows or her self-imposed obligations stand, regardless of whether her husband had previously objected. This is because his authority to nullify her vows ends with the dissolution of the marriage. So these rules serve to regulate the making and fulfillment of vows, emphasizing the importance of accountability and the integrity of one's word within the community. Not everything was done with lawyers, contracts, things like that. Your word was your vow, your word was your seal. And these rules here made sure that when you had given your word, you had made an obligation. We move on to chapter 31, and in chapter 31 there's information about the war against the Midianites. The destruction of the Midianites, as recounted in Numbers chapter 31, has several reasons rooted in the narrative of the previous chapters of the book of Numbers, particularly the incidents involving the seduction of Israelite men by Midianite women and the subsequent idolatrous worship of Baal Peor. So here are some of the reasons behind this action. First, a retribution for the incident at Peor. The primary reason for the conflict with Midian was their role in purposefully leading the Israelites into idolatry at Baal Peor. In Numbers 25, we know that Midianite women under the counsel of Balaam seduced Israelite men and invited them to participate in the worship of their god Baal Peor. This led to a severe plague from God that killed 24,000 Israelites as divine punishment for their idolatry. Also, the divine command for vengeance in Numbers 31 verses 1 and 2, God specifically commands Moses to take vengeance against the Midianites for their role in that Peor incident. This divine directive is portrayed as a punitive action against the Midianites for their successful plot to curse Israel through indirect means after Balaam could not curse them directly. Also, it prevented future idolatry. The drastic measures taken against the Midianites can also be seen as an attempt to remove a persistent source of idolatrous influence that was always near Israel. This was crucial as Israel prepared to settle in Canaan, where they would constantly face temptations to adopt pagan practices from their very close neighbors. The action against Midian was part of preparing Israel to enter the promised land by purging them from the sinful influences that had led them astray previously. And so this cleansing was not only physical, but it was also spiritual, emphasizing the need for holiness and fidelity to God. It was also a demonstration of divine justice. You know, the severity of the response to Midian reflects the biblical theme of divine justice. I mean, those who lead God's people into sin face harsh consequences, which serves as a warning to both Israel and to the surrounding nations. By carrying out God's command against Midian, Moses reaffirms Israel's special covenant relationship with God, which demanded exclusive loyalty and obedience to Him and to Him only. And perhaps one more reason, political and social implications. From a socio-political perspective, defeating Midian might have also served to enhance Israel's position among the local powers, demonstrating their might and God's backing. This would be significant in establishing Israel's place in the geopolitics of the Canaan area. They would be taken seriously by other nations once they witnessed the power of the Israelites against Midian. We go to chapter 32 and 33, and we have a settlement and a review. In chapter 32, there is the settlement of the Transjordan tribes. The tribes of Reuben and Gad, we read in chapter 32, they request to settle in the fertile lands of Gilead and Bashan, east of the Jordan River, because of their large livestock herds. And we see that in the map. We see in the blue there Gad, and in the yellow Reuben. Now this arrangement, which includes their commitment to help conquer the land west of the Jordan River, illustrates themes of negotiation, responsibility, and the importance of unity in achieving common goals. Before, all the tribes were thought to take land on the on the western side, of the Jordan. But it seemed that the land was better suited for these two tribes on the western side. And when you read this, or if you've already read it, you see that they negotiate the terms for settling that particular land, something that they didn't have to do while they were wandering in the wilderness. In chapter 33, Moses reviews the stages of the Israelites' journey from their departure from Egypt to their arrival at the plains of Moab by the Jordan River near Jericho. This retrospective is significant, and it serves two primary objectives. First, it documents and legitimizes the Israelite journey. The detailed account serves as an official record of the Israelites' movements through the wilderness. This documentation is crucial not only for historical purposes, but also for future generations to have a concrete account of the fulfillment of God's promises and guidance. You know, God freed them from Egyptian slavery, but what if there was no record of the wilderness wanderings and the things that happened and how God took care of them and their failures and their success? If there was no record, then there would be a hole in the history there. There would be a blank in the history of the people, how they got to be where they were and how they got to be who they were. So very important. By listing each location where they camped, Moses provided a clear and structured itinerary that highlights the progress and the challenges that they faced along the way. And of course, the review underscores the reality that each stage of the journey was made under divine direction. The text often notes that their encampments and travels were commanded by God, reinforcing the idea that the journey, despite all the difficulties and the length of the journey, was part of a divine plan. This affirmation served to legitimize the leadership and the path taken, reinforcing the faith of the people in God's ongoing provision and protection. In other words, the journey was not their idea. The journey was God's idea. Freeing them, they're not the ones that asked God, free us from Egyptian slavery. God is the one that said, I'm here to free you from Egyptian slavery. It's not the people who said, well, we're going to take this direction, then we're going to go here, we're going to go there. No, God is the one that led them through the wilderness. Every stop, every turn was guided by God and communicated to the community by Moses. And so now we're at the preparation to enter the promised land. Reviewing the journey allowed the Israelites to reflect on their past experiences, the lessons learned, the miracles witnessed. This reflection was essential for preparing them spiritually and mentally to enter the promised land. You see, understanding their history was crucial for ensuring that past mistakes were not repeated, especially those that led to divine displeasure and punishment. They knew from experience that disobeying God brought consequences, but they also knew that obeying God and certainly being faithful to God brought blessings. And so as the Israelites stood on the brink of achieving the goals set forth by their ancestors and promised by God, reviewing their journey served to renew their commitment to the covenant with God. It reminded them of their unique relationship with God and their obligations under the covenant, which would be critical as they transitioned, as I mentioned before, from a nomadic existence to settling in the land of Canaan. And so the recounting of the journey in Numbers 33 thus serves as both a historical recapitulation and as a spiritual preparation. It consolidates the narrative of the Exodus and wilderness wanderings while setting the stage for the conquest and the settlement of Canaan, ensuring that the Israelites remember and draw strength from their journey under God's guidance. And so this chapter not only contextualizes their experiences, but also reinforces their identity as God's chosen people, tasked with fulfilling a divine mandate in the land that was promised to them and promised to their forefathers. Again, it reminded them that all of this was not their idea, it was God's idea. In chapter 34, we move on to more mundane things, in other words, geographic things, the boundaries, the geographical boundaries of the promised land. The land boundaries in chapter 34, we have precise geographical boundaries for the allocation of Canaan among the tribes. This is just a very general map that you see here. This was the land of Canaan. It wasn't any further north and it wasn't any further south. It couldn't go any further west because of the sea, and it didn't go any further east. These, in chapter 34, we get, or we see the boundaries of the land in general. And so this established clear guidelines for the division of the land, underscoring the importance of orderly distribution and management of God-given resources. They didn't just, God just didn't turn them loose and said, sure, go in there and just grab as much as you can, no matter what. No, there was a very specific landmass that they were to divide. Also, there was a division of the land among the tribes. The land was to be divided by lot among the 9.5 tribes, because if you remember, Reuben, Gad, and half of the tribe of Manasseh have already received their inheritance on the east side of the Jordan River. We saw that before. This method ensures that the division is seen as directed by God's providence. And so specific leaders, this is what they did, specific leaders from each tribe are appointed to oversee the distribution of the land, These leaders, one chief from each tribe, are responsible for managing the allocation process and ensuring that the boundaries for each tribe are respected. And as you read this material in chapter 34, you see that it's very specific as far as the boundaries are concerned. It goes along the river, it goes through this mountain, it stops at this point, it picks up again over here. So the boundaries of the land are well traced, and you see the results of that in the map that is up on the screen at the moment. The idea that specific leaders from each tribe are appointed to oversee the distribution of the land, a chief from each tribe guaranteed consistency and continuity as the tribes divided the land. Also, the significance of all of this was that the detailed boundaries and the use of lots for division signify a methodical and divinely guided process aiming to ensure that each tribe received a fair portion of land. What did that mean, a fair portion of land? Well, it meant that they had enough land to support the number of people that they had in their tribe. And so the clear demarcation of boundaries helped prevent disputes over land, and it also established a structured setup for the newly formed Israeli nation in the promised homeland. So these guidelines not only facilitated the practical aspects of settling nomadic people into a permanent homeland, but it also reinforced the importance of divine guidance and fairness in the distribution process, underscoring the covenant relationship between God and the Israelite. This was all part of the covenant, the promise that God made. I'm going to give you land, and now the land is being apportioned to each tribe. Remember, these people were slaves in a land which was not their own. In chapter 35, there are the details given concerning the Levitical cities and the cities of refuge. And so chapter 35 provides specific guidelines for distributing the promised land among the tribes of Israel, focusing particularly on the allocation of cities and surrounding lands to the Levites, as well as the establishment of cities of refuge. So here is a brief summary of these guidelines. First of all, there was the designation of the Levitical cities. Since the Levites were not given a distinct tribal territory like the other tribes, they were to receive 48 cities spread throughout the different tribal territories. This distribution ensured the Levites were present across the land so that they could fulfill their duties in religious instruction and temple service for everyone in the promised land. Also, each Levitical city was to be surrounded by pasture lands extending outward 1,000 cubits, it says, which is about 500 yards from the city walls. The pasture lands were intended for their own livestock and their crops and their other needs. Next, we find out about cities of refuge. 6 of the 48 Levitical cities were designed as cities of refuge. These cities provided asylum for individuals who had committed manslaughter unintentionally, protecting them from the avenger of blood until a fair trial could be conducted. Remember, no police force, no army. If there was a crime, especially a crime of murder, there had to be a way to have justice. And so one person in the family of the individual who had been killed was tasked with meeting justice towards the individual who had killed their family member. On the individual side who had done the killing, he could go, or she could go to one of the cities of refuge, which would guarantee a fair trial where they would listen to the various details of the case. The cities of refuge, they were strategically chosen to be accessible to all Israelites. This placement ensured that everyone and anyone who needed to flee to a city of refuge could reach one without undue hardship. Now, once inside the city of refuge, the accused had to remain there until the death of the current high priest. After the high priest's death, they could return to their original home without fear of retribution. There were additional laws concerning manslaughter. The manslayer was required to stand trial before the community to determine the intent behind the killing. This trial ensured that the protection of the city of refuge was granted only in cases of unintentional killing. If the manslayer left the city of refuge before the death of the high priest, the avenger of blood could lawfully kill the offender without any consequences. And so these guidelines in Numbers 35 not only facilitated the fair distribution of land and responsibilities among the Israelites, but it also reflected a complex understanding of justice, sanctuary, and community life. They underscored the importance of the Levites in religious and social governance, while the cities of refuge represented a sophisticated legal principle for that time of asylum and protection for individuals awaiting trial, ensuring the maintenance of justice and mercy in a community with no formal public security or criminal legal system. We look at this and we say, boy, that's pretty primitive, and so on and so forth, but realize they were unique in having this system. No other nation had this kind of system that would extend justice to an individual in both instances, to the individual who had done the killing, perhaps by accident, and to those who had lost a loved one. They could expect justice of some kind. And then finally we go to the last chapter in the book of Numbers, and in the last chapter we talk about inheritance laws. Regulations here ensuring that the inheritance of land remained within an original tribe, responding to concerns raised by the inheritance rights granted to Zelophehad's daughters. The significance of this is that it addresses issues of property rights and inheritance, ensuring stable land ownership and the preservation of tribal identities within Israel. If there were no sons, then the daughters, there was a mechanism, a legal mechanism, where the daughters could then inherit the land and, importantly, keep that land within the tribe. And so these chapters end the story of the Jews' entrance into the Holy Land on a rather, I would say, low-key event. However, these rules collectively set the groundwork for Israel's life in Canaan, transitioning, as I said, from the nomadic existence in the wilderness, which the people would never return to a settled and structured community in the Promised Land, which was the happy ending that all of them had hoped for. These laws reflect the maturation of Israel's national identity, and they underscore the importance of adherence to God's laws as the foundation for national well-being and, of course, continued divine blessings. And so for the final time in this particular series on Numbers, we will take a look at some lessons that perhaps apply to us as Christian believers today. Lesson number 1, structured worship and obedience are basic. Structured worship and obedience are basic. In chapters 28 and 29, these meticulously detail the daily, weekly, monthly, and annual offerings that the Israelites are to present to God. We see that these instructions emphasize the importance of regular worship and strict adherence to God's commands as a way of sustaining a relationship with Him. This is not just an Old Testament thing. We need to be carefully following the instructions given to us about biblical worship today, just as they followed these types of instructions back then. We have to realize that God still requires that we both worship and obey Him in order to maintain a relationship with Him. That idea has not changed. It's still the same. Another lesson that comes from this: social justice and community responsibility are marks of those who are faithful followers today of Christ and in that time of Jehovah. Numbers 35 discusses the establishment of cities of refuge where individuals accused of manslaughter could seek asylum until they received a fair trial. This provision ensured that justice was balanced with mercy, protecting individuals from revenge and punishment until there was a due process, until a due process of law was observed. This highlights the importance of building fair systems within societies that protect the rights of all individuals, emphasizing that justice should be tempered with mercy. You know, that justice should be tempered with mercy. This is a Christian thing. Again, it's not a thing that was just in the Old Testament. It's a Christian thing. It's not a pagan thing. It's a Christian thing. And then one lesson here, one other lesson: disobedience has consequences and faithfulness has rewards. Always. Throughout the book of Numbers, the Israelites faced numerous challenges and punishments, often as a direct consequence of their disobedience and complaints against God and Moses. For example, the rebellion of Korah, where the ground literally opened up and swallowed the rebels alive, not to mention the spies' negative report that led to 40 years of wandering in the wilderness. However, whenever the Israelites obeyed God, in other words, with their offerings or the bronze snake, they experienced His protection and His provision. This overarching theme teaches us that actions have consequences, that faithfulness can lead to blessings. It encourages personal accountability and faithfulness in adhering to moral principles and ethical standards. In a broader sense, it speaks to the need for persistence in righteous behavior despite the challenges or the delays in seeing positive outcomes. Too many people just want to change the world. They want to save the world. And we don't save the world, collectively in one shot. We save souls. one soul at a time. It's slow, methodical work. That's why it requires patience and perseverance. In the end, God always keeps His promises for punishment or for rewards. So let's do our best to obey His word and remain faithful until the end, because we too will enter the place that He has promised for us. One more scripture to read, and it's in John chapter 14, verses 2 and 3. Jesus says, "In my Father's house are many dwelling places. If it were not so, I would have told you, for I go to prepare a place for you. If I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive you to myself, that where I am, there you may be also." This is the promise for us. This is our promised land. And our wilderness wandering is the life that we live in this unbelieving world. We arrive at this land here by finishing our land, our travels rather, and our journeys, continuing to be faithful to God in spirit and in truth. So I pray that you will cling to this promise here and pursue this promise each day with zeal, with faith, and with confidence. So God bless you. Thank you very much for sticking with us as we have worked our way through the book of Numbers. Now, if you're still wanting to continue, we're going to begin the book of Deuteronomy in this series next time. And as preparation for that, I encourage you to read chapters 1 to 4 in that book to be prepared for that lesson. Thank you very much for your attention, and we'll see you next time, Lord willing. We're now in Numbers and Deuteronomy for beginners, faithful in the face of challenge. That's the name of our series. Today, lesson number 7, and we begin the book of Deuteronomy, subtitled Reiteration and Reminder. And so the term Deuteronomy derives from the Greek words deuteros, meaning second, and nomos, meaning law. Thus, Deuteronomy can be understood to mean second law or repetition of the law. Deuteronomy is essentially a series of speeches delivered by Moses to the new generation of Israelites, a generation that had not experienced the events firsthand in the desert. As such, Moses takes this opportunity to recount their history, to reiterate the laws and the commandments given by God, and also to renew the covenant between God and the people. In many ways, Deuteronomy serves as a recapitulation and reinterpretation of the laws and events recorded in the book of Numbers, which we have already covered. It also emphasizes the importance of obedience to God's commands and the blessings that come with obedience, while also warning against the consequences of disobedience. The book of Deuteronomy is structured as a kind of a farewell address by Moses as he prepares to pass the mantle of leadership to Joshua, and the Israelites prepare to enter the promised land. It also serves as a crucial bridge between the wilderness experiences recorded in Numbers and the conquest and the settlement of the promised land depicted in subsequent books like Joshua and other books. I want to outline some differences and similarities between the book of Numbers, now that we've completed it, and the book of Deuteronomy, which we're beginning today. So here are 5 similarities and 5 differences between these 2 books that'll help you retain the main content of each of the books. So let's start with the similarities, shall we? First of all, historical continuity. Both books are part of the Pentateuch, the first 5 books of the Hebrew Bible, and they continue the narrative of the Israelite journey from Egypt to the promised land. Secondly, second similarity, divine guidance. In both books, God provides guidance and instructions to the Israelites through Moses. Number 3, there's an emphasis on the idea of covenant. Both Numbers and Deuteronomy emphasize the covenant between God and the Israelites. The covenant terms, including blessings for obedience and consequences for disobedience, are reiterated in both of these books. Number 4, leadership transition. Both books deal with a transition of leadership from Moses to Joshua. In Numbers, Joshua is appointed as Moses' successor. And in Deuteronomy, Moses commissions Joshua as the new leader to replace himself. And then finally, inclusion of laws and regulations. Both books contain laws and regulations given by God to the Israelites, covering various aspects of their lives, including religious practices, social conduct, and justice. We move on to 5 differences between these two books. Number 1, the narrative focus of each book is different. Numbers focuses more on the events that occur during the Israelites' wandering in the wilderness, including census data, tribal arrangements, and incidents of rebellion. Deuteronomy, on the other hand, primarily consists of Moses' speeches to the new generation of Israelites, summarizing their history and, as we've said before, reiterating the laws and the commands from God. Secondly, the geographical setting. Numbers predominantly takes place in the wilderness as the Israelites journey from Mount Sinai to the borders of the Promised Land, while Deuteronomy is set only in the plains of Moab, just before the Israelites are about to enter the Promised Land. Number 3, the literary style. Numbers is more historical and narrative in nature, recounting events and occurrences. So when you read Numbers, you're reading they went here, they did this, they stopped there, they camped here, Moses did this, the people did, it's a narrative, you can follow it. Whereas Deuteronomy has a more sermonic or exhortative style, meaning Moses is delivering speeches and reminders to the Israelites. There's not a lot of narrative action in the book of Deuteronomy. Number 4, the content emphasis. Numbers focuses more on the organization and the structure of the Israelite camp. Remember I gave you a slide that showed you where all the tribes camped around the tabernacle? Also, Numbers talks about the responsibilities of the priests and of the Levites, and also incidents of rebellion and punishment. Deuteronomy, on the other hand, emphasizes the importance of obedience to God's laws, the consequences of disobedience, and the renewal of the covenant. And then finally, the time frame covered. Numbers covers a span of about 40 years during the Israelites' wilderness wanderings, while Deuteronomy spans only a few months, primarily Moses' final speeches to the Israelites before his death. Let's do a summary now of chapters 1 to 4. Chapters 1 to 4 of the book of Deuteronomy involve Moses, as I've said before, addressing the Israelites as they prepare to enter the Promised Land. These first 4 chapters are a blend of historical review, motivational discourse, and instruction meant to prepare the people for their impending conquest and settlement. So here's an orderly explanation of the key events and instructions contained within these first 4 chapters, along with their significance. So we begin with chapter 1, historical review and exhortation. Here there's the retelling of the appointment of the leaders, Deuteronomy chapter 1 verses 9 to 18. So Moses recalls how he appointed leaders and judges to help manage and govern the people, emphasizing the need for wise and discerning leadership. The significance, well, as they stand on the brink of entering Canaan, Moses reminds the people of the importance of just leadership in order to maintain order and justice when they enter and settle the new land. Also, there's the recounting of the spies and the people's rebellion that had taken place. Deuteronomy chapter 1, 19 to 46. Moses recounts the episode of the spies sent to scout the land of Canaan and the subsequent rebellion against God's command due to fear, which led to 40 years of wandering in the wilderness. This review serves as a warning against disobedience and lack of faith in God's promises, stressing the consequences of such actions. If God could do this before, due to their disobedience, He could do it again, even if they were in the promised land. In chapter 2, we have the journey and the command to avoid conflict. So there's the travel through the wilderness. In chapter 2, 1-23, Moses details their travels through the wilderness and instructions to avoid conflict with the Edomites, the Moabites, and the Ammonites, as these lands were not given to the Israelites by God. This highlights the sovereignty of God in determining the inheritance of nations and the importance of respecting God's allocation to others. In other words, God is sovereign not only over the Israelites and what land they can take, but He's also sovereign over all lands that other nations dwell in, even if they don't recognize Him. He also talks about the conquest of the Transjordan. Moses discusses the battles against Sihon, king of Heshbon, and Og, king of Bashan, emphasizing God's role in their victories. And this, of course, prepares the Israelites for future conquests in Canaan by demonstrating God's power and faithfulness in giving them victory over their enemies. The idea being, he recounts the battles that they've won in the past. The idea is He helped them win battles in the past. They'll have battles in the future, and He'll be there to help them win those battles as well. Chapter 3 has a further review of the Transjordan conquests. For example, the defeat of Og in Deuteronomy 3, verses 1-11. Here there's a detailed account of the conquest of Og, the king of Bashan, and his territories. This acts as a reassurance of God's support and the divine gift of land, bolstering the morale of the Israelites. There's also information about the distribution of the Transjordan in chapter 3, verses 12-22. Moses recounts the allocation of land to the tribes of Reuben and Gad and the half-tribe of Manasseh. The significance here is that this emphasizes the need for unity and mutual support among the tribes, as those settled must help others in conquering the rest of Canaan. We learn that these three tribes prefer to settle on the eastern side of the Jordan River, and there was some murmuring, if you wish, that Moses would allow them to settle there, and the resolution was they would be allowed to leave their animals and their families and so on and so forth in these lands, but the men would go across the river and help their brethren to settle their own lands, and when that was done, they would return to the lands on the eastern side of the Jordan rivers. Also, Moses himself is forbidden to enter the land of Canaan, chapter 3, 23-29. He shares his personal disappointment at not being allowed to enter the promised land. And the significance of this is that it serves as a powerful reminder of the seriousness of obeying God's commands and the personal consequences of failing to do so. Even Moses, when he was disobedient, was punished by God. And then in chapter 4, there are exhortations to obedience and care for the law. A call to obedience, chapter 4, verses 1-40. Moses urges the Israelites to adhere strictly to the laws given by God, warning against idolatry and encouraging them to teach these laws to their children and to their children's children. Of course, the significance here, he establishes the legal and religious framework that will govern their life in Canaan, ensuring their success and survival as a nation devoted to God. The idea being you'll succeed in the new land if you obey God's commands, and if you teach them and teach this spirit of obedience to your children. This is what will guarantee your peace and your safety and your prosperity in the promised land. Not how big your army is or how good a farmer you are or a sheep herder or whatever, no. It's all based on maintaining the covenant of obedience with God. And then also in chapter 4 there is information about the cities of refuge, chapter 4, 41 to 43. The establishment of cities of refuge east of the Jordan River. Significance here is that it illustrates the provision of justice and mercy within the legal system of Israel, providing sanctuaries for those who are accused of manslaughter until they can obtain a fair trial. And we've talked about this before, but here in chapter 4 it shows that even on the eastern side of the Jordan, cities of refuge were established there, so that someone needing that refuge had access to it. Whether he was on the west side or east side of the river, there were cities allotted for both areas. So these chapters in Deuteronomy serve not only as a recap of the Israelites' journey, but also as a critical set of instructions and warnings designed to ensure their success and their fidelity to God as they prepare to finally enter the land promised to their ancestors, and now they are about to enter into those promises. Next section are lessons that are learned from failure and success. In Deuteronomy chapters 1 to 4, Moses addresses the Israelites as they prepare to enter the promised land, recounting their past experiences of failures and successes. And through these recollections, he imparts several vital lessons essential for their future prosperity and fidelity. And so here are 4 basic lessons that Moses teaches about their past failures and successes. Lesson number 1, there are consequences for disobedience and lack of faith, always. The context here is that Moses reminds the Israelites of their failures to trust in God's promise when they refused to enter the promised land after the negative report from the spies. The lesson here is that he stresses that disobedience to God's commands and lack of faith in His promises lead to dire consequences, such as the 40 years of wandering and the denial of entry into the land for an entire generation. This teaches the importance of obedience and trust in God's guidance. If God tells you what to do, you need to follow through on that, because the consequences can be quite severe. Lesson number 2, strong leadership and wise judgment are necessary for success. As Moses reflects on the past, he recounts how he appointed leaders and judges to help manage the people and make wise decisions. Deuteronomy 1, 9 to 18. The lesson here is the importance of having capable and fair leadership is underscored. Moses teaches that leaders must be just, unbiased, and fear God, ensuring that they handle disputes wisely and maintain order within the community. Remember, he's not crossing over with them. They won't be able to bring their hard cases to him. So he's talking to those who have served already as judges and magistrates, and he's encouraging them to continue their ministry once they go into the promised land. Lesson number 3, God's faithfulness in providing and protecting are always there, always there. Here Moses revisits the victories over Sihon and Og, the kings of the Amorites, as clear demonstrations of God's power and commitment to His people. We forget that the Jews, they left Egypt, they had no army, there was no military training, they were slaves, they were workers. They didn't have an organized and well-trained military to defend themselves. God was the one who was defending them in the wilderness, and the promise here is that even though they're going to go in and have military campaigns led by Joshua, he still is the one that will gain the victories for the people. And so even in the face of formidable enemies, God's intervention on behalf of His people ensures their success. It's not how big their army is, it's how big their God is. That's what counts, and that's what Moses is reviewing with them. This teaches the Israelites to remember and rely on God's proven faithfulness and power as they face new challenges. You know, He's wanting them to remember this when they enter in and when they're facing a tribe, a nation, a city, a fortified city, and they have a moment of weakness, a moment of fear, a moment of doubt, of hesitation. He's telling them, remember the past, remember what God has done for you in the past when facing very large obstacles. And then finally, learning from mistakes equips you for future vigilance. Moses shares his personal disappointment at being forbidden by God to enter the promised land due to his own transgression at the waters of Meribah. The lesson here is that Moses uses his own failure as a powerful reminder of the need for constant vigilance in obedience to God. It teaches that even leaders are not exempt from the consequences of disobedience, and thus continual self-examination and adherence to God's law are crucial. And so the overall message with all of this, through all of these lessons, Moses aims to prepare the new generation of Israelites not only to remember the lessons from their past, but also to apply these teachings as they forge ahead into a new phase of their nation's history. This preparation is critical for ensuring that they do not repeat the mistakes of the past and are ready to live successfully and righteously in the future in the promised land. Well, we go from lessons that Moses was teaching them to modern day lessons for readers today. The first 4 chapters of Deuteronomy are rich with historical recaps and exhortations and foundational lessons that provide invaluable insights for modern Christian readers. So here are 3 simple yet profound lessons derived from these chapters for us today as we make our way through the wilderness of this modern and unbelieving world. Lesson number 1, learn from past mistakes. In Deuteronomy 1, Moses recounts the story of the spies who were sent to explore Canaan and how the Israelites' fear and lack of faith resulted in a 40-year punishment of wandering in the wilderness. The modern application here is this lesson emphasizes the importance of learning from past mistakes and not allowing fear to prevent faithful action. Christians today are encouraged to trust in God's guidance and not repeat the mistakes of disbelief and disobedience that can lead to spiritual stagnation, even loss of one's faith. Lesson number 2, obey God's word. It's very important to obey God's word. Throughout the early chapters, Moses reiterates the importance of obeying God's commands as a key to success and prosperity. And he warns against adding or subtracting from God's commands. The modern application, this underscores for Christians today the importance of adhering strictly to the teachings of Scripture, to the teachings of Jesus. It serves as a reminder to respect the integrity of God's word and apply it fully in life without compromise, without compromise, and still recognizing its authority and completeness. We are still guided by God's word today. And then one more lesson, God is still able to provide even today. Moses recalls God's faithfulness in guiding and providing for the Israelites through their wilderness journey, particularly their victories over those 2 kings, King Sihon and King Og. This narrative reminds Christians of God's continued faithfulness and His ability to provide in times of need. It encouraged believers today to remember and rely on God's past faithfulness as a foundation for trusting Him in current challenges, reinforcing the belief in God's active presence and help in our lives today. If He did it then, He can and will do it now for those who believe and trust in Him. that always remains. And that lesson is for us today. And if the Lord doesn't return for another 1,000 years, that lesson will remain valid for the next 1,000 years. God provides for His people in the past, today, and in the future. So these chapters of Deuteronomy serve not only as a historical recount for the Israelites, but also as spiritual and practical lessons for contemporary Christians today. They highlight themes of learning from history, adhering faithfully to God's teachings, and trusting in His enduring faithfulness, principles that guide effective and faithful Christians today. Faithful followers like the Israelites back then, faithful Christians today, faithful Christians tomorrow and to the end of time when Jesus returns. Okay. So that's the beginning of Deuteronomy, the first 4 chapters. I want to give you an assignment, as always, a reading assignment. Reread chapters 1 to 4, and with the information you've gotten from this class, hopefully the chapters themselves will become much more meaningful for you. And then go ahead and read Deuteronomy chapters 5 to 11, and these we will cover in our next lesson if the Lord is willing. That's it for today. Thank you for your attention. We'll see you soon. Numbers, Deuteronomy, faithfulness in the face of challenge. This is lesson number 8 in this series, and the title of this lesson, The Essence of the Law, and we will be covering chapters 5 to 11. And so in chapters 5 to 11 of the book of Deuteronomy, focus heavily on the reinforcing of the law, the covenant between God and Israel, and the preparation of the Israelites to live faithfully in the promised land. These chapters highlight Moses' instructions and reminders about the importance of obedience, love, and loyalty to God. But before we review the material in chapters 5 to 11, I want us to examine the nations that were already living in the land of Canaan, which the Jews were sent to displace and destroy. Their end was not based simply on the fact that they were not part of the Jewish nation, but because of their immoral behavior, largely due to their pagan religious practices, which were an abomination to the true and the living God. The condemnation and commandment to drive out these nations are primarily found in texts like Deuteronomy chapter 7 and Joshua chapter 9. For example, in Deuteronomy chapter 7, 1 and 2 states this particular version. It says, "When the Lord your God brings you into the land where you are entering to possess it, and clears away many nations before you, the Hittites and the Girgashites and the Amorites and the Canaanites and the Perizzites and the Hivites and the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and stronger than you, and when the Lord your God delivers them before you and you defeat them, then you shall utterly destroy them. You shall make no covenant with them and show no favor to them." And so when the Israelites entered the land of Canaan, it was inhabited by various groups known collectively as the Canaanites, but each of these groups had a distinct tribal identity, and they had their own religious practices, often involving polytheism centered around a pantheon of gods associated with nature and fertility. Here's a list of the major nations and a brief description of their religious practices. So first are the Canaanites. The term Canaanites is sometimes used broadly to refer to all the inhabitants of Canaan, but specifically refers to the people living in the lowlands and in the coastal areas. Their religion was polytheistic. It centered around fertility gods and goddesses. The chief god was El, with Baal, who was the god of fertility and weather, and Asherah, the goddess of the sea and the consort of the god El. These were the prominent deities of the Canaanites. Ritual practices likely included sacred prostitution and child sacrifice, particularly in worship of the god Molech. Next, we have the Amorites. Originally a nomadic tribe, the Amorites settled in various parts of Canaan and became a dominant group in some regions. They built several prominent city-states, including Babylon in Mesopotamia. Their religion was similar to that of the broader Mesopotamian context, with a pantheon that included both Sumerian and Akkadian gods. Key figures included the storm god Hadad and the sky god Anu. Another tribe, another group, the Hittites, though primarily associated with their empire in Anatolia, which is modern-day Turkey, small groups of Hittites lived in northern Canaan. The Hittite religion included a large number of gods, often assimilating deities from conquered peoples. They practiced rituals that included offerings, prayers, and elaborate ceremonies intended to appease their various gods. The Perizzites. The Perizzites are mentioned in the Bible as one of the peoples living in Canaan, though little is known about them specifically. As with other Canaanite groups, their practices likely included the worship of local fertility gods and nature deities, similar to those worshipped by the broader Canaanite culture. You then have the Hivites. The Hivites were another group residing in Canaan, mentioned specifically in the context of the Gibeonites who tricked Joshua into making a peace treaty with them, and we'll read about that later on. Their practices likely mirrored typical Canaanite religious customs, with a focus on local manifestation of deities like Baal and Asherah. The Jebusites are mentioned. They controlled Jerusalem until it was conquered by King David. Their stronghold, Jebus, became the site of the city of Jerusalem. Their religious practices would have been similar to those of other Canaanite groups, with probable emphasis on worshiping local gods associated with their city and its surroundings. In that time and with those tribes, usually each city had a particular god who the people would worship. And then finally, the Girgashites. These are listed among the nations of Canaan in the Bible, but historical and archaeological details about the Girgashites are scant. While specific practices are not detailed, they likely follow typical Canaanite religious traditions. And so these groups shared a common cultural background that included a pantheon of gods and religious practices deeply connected to agriculture and the cycles of nature. The religious practices often involved rituals that were seen as abhorrent by the Israelites, such as human sacrifice, which played a significant role in the conflicts and commands in the biblical texts regarding the conquests of Canaan. The theological justification for the complete destruction of the pagan nations in Canaan, as commanded to the Israelites in the Bible, centers around several key points. These are derived from God's instructions as recorded primarily in the books of Deuteronomy and also in the book of Joshua. So here's an overview of the main theological rationales for complete annihilation provided by God in the scriptures. We have the prevention of idolatry and moral corruption. God commands the destruction of the Canaanite nations to prevent the Israelites from being influenced by pagan practices, specifically idol worship, which was prevalent among these nations. The concern was that exposure to these religious practices would lead Israel away from worshiping the one true God and down a path of moral and spiritual corruption. The Canaanite religions often involved practices that were, as I said, abhorrent to the faith of the Jews, including ritual prostitution and, of course, as we mentioned, child sacrifice. Another rationale is fulfillment of the divine promise of judgment. We read in Deuteronomy 9, verse 4, Do not say in your heart when the Lord your God has driven them out before you, because of my righteousness the Lord has brought me in to possess this land. But it is because of the wickedness of these nations that the Lord is dispossessing them before you. It is not for your righteousness or for the uprightness of your heart that you are going in to possess their land, but it is because of the wickedness of these nations that the Lord your God is driving them out before you, in order to confirm the oath which the Lord swore to your fathers, to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And so the conquest of Canaan was also seen as a fulfillment of the promise made by God to Abraham and to Isaac and to Jacob, that their descendants would inherit the land. Furthermore, the destruction of these nations is portrayed not just as a conquest, but also as an act of divine judgment on these pagan nations. The sin of the Amorites, for example, is cited as having reached its full measure, implying that the Canaanite nations were being divinely judged for their iniquities, which had become intolerable to God. Another reason, the preservation of a holy people. In Exodus chapter 19, verses 5 and 6, we read, and then in Deuteronomy chapter 14, verse 2, we read, "For you are a holy people to the Lord your God, and the Lord has chosen you to be a people for His own possession out of all the peoples who are on the face of the earth." And so Israel was chosen to be a kingdom of priests and a holy nation, Exodus 19:6. And they were to be set apart to worship God and live according to His laws. The complete destruction of the Canaanite cultures was seen as necessary to preserve the purity and the distinctiveness of Israel's religion and social life, which was integral to their identity and their mission. Another reason for the destruction would be the direct divine command from God. We read in Deuteronomy chapter 20 the following: "Only in the cities of these peoples that the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance, you shall not leave alive anything that breathes, but you shall utterly destroy them, the Hittite and the Amorite, the Canaanite and the Perizzite, the Hivite and the Jebusite, as the Lord your God has commanded you, so that they may not teach you to do according to all their detestable things which they have done for their gods, so that you would sin against the Lord your God." And so the commands for destruction come directly from God. In the biblical context, God's commands are considered just and righteous by virtue of His sovereign and moral nature. Therefore, the command to destroy the Canaanites is presented as a righteous act, sanctified by God Himself and not open to moral scrutiny by human standards. We don't, we don't have the right to judge God's commands as being right or wrong. God is sovereign. Our task is to understand and to obey these. Okay, so a couple of reasons. There's always a lot of discussion about why destroy everyone, why a complete destruction, and there we've given you 4 reasons that God has for destroying these nations. And so chapters 5 to 11 of the book of Deuteronomy focus heavily on reinforcing the law, the covenant between God and Israel, and the preparation of the Israelites to live faithfully in the promised land. These chapters highlight Moses' instructions and reminders about the importance of obedience, love, and loyalty to God. And so here's an orderly explanation of the key events and instructions in these chapters, along with their significance. And so we begin in chapter 5, where the 10 commandments themselves are reiterated. And so Moses restates the 10 commandments to the new generation of Israelites in Deuteronomy 5, 6 to 21. The significance of this is the reiteration emphasizes the timeless importance of these foundational laws as the Israelites prepare to establish a society in the promised land. A review of the commandments serves to remind them of their core ethical and their religious duties under the covenant that they have with God. Their lives in the promised land will be based and guided by these commandments. They will change their style of living from nomadic to a settled nation, but the moral and spiritual quality of their everyday lives will remain the same. They had the same commands to obey while they wandered in the desert. Moses reminds them that they have the same commands now that they'll be a settled nation in their own land. Chapter 6, the greatest command. Here Moses instructs the people to love God with their heart, soul, and strength, and to teach these commands diligently to their children. We read in Deuteronomy chapter 6, verses 4 to 9, it says, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, and with all your soul, and with all your might. These words which I am commanding you today shall be on your heart. You shall teach them diligently to your sons, and shall talk of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise up. You shall bind them as a sign on your hand, and they shall be as frontals on your forehead. You shall write them on the doorposts of your house and on your gates." So this passage here highlights the importance of loyalty to God and the transmission of faith throughout the generations. It underscores the need for the law to permeate every aspect of their daily lives, ensuring that the covenant relationship with God remains strong. As believers, we're always just one generation away from apostasy. This is why it is important to teach our children the faith. As Moses instructed the Jews then, if Moses was alive today and came into our congregation, he would instruct us in exactly the same way. In chapter 7, Moses reviews the essence of the law, and he has instructions concerning the conquering of the nations. He commands the Israelites to completely destroy the Canaanite nations and not to intermarry with them, to avoid being led astray in order to serve other gods. This we reviewed at the beginning of our lesson today. This instruction is significant for maintaining religious purity and obedience. This command, not to intermarry or mix with these nations, stresses the dangers of idolatry and the importance of setting themselves apart as a holy people dedicated to God. We soon see its importance as the Jewish people quickly fall into the trap of copying the religious practices of these nations. You have to understand, they didn't stop worshiping God through the sacrificial system set up with the tabernacle and the priests and so on and so forth. However, they began to add local gods and practices common to their pagan neighbors to their ongoing worship of Jehovah. This type of mixing is called syncretism, and it was forbidden. They never actually abandoned going to the temple and celebrating the Passover and all the festivals. They kept all that. It's just that they added the local gods and local customs of these pagan tribes, and Moses is warning them against this eventuality here. In chapter 8, a reminder of God's provision and warning against pride. Moses reminds the Israelites of God's past provisions in the wilderness and warns them not to forget God when they become prosperous in the promised land. And so this chapter teaches the importance of humility and gratitude, and it warns against the temptation to attribute their success to their own efforts rather than God's grace, thus fostering a spirit of continual dependence on God. God wanted them to depend on Him always. And the danger of thinking they were self-sufficient meant that they were drifting away from that dependence on God. And God's people have always had this relationship with Him. God wants His people to depend on Him. It's part of cultivating a character of humility, that we depend on God. Even when we're well, even when the mortgage is paid off and the cars are paid off and the kids have gone to college and the debts are paid off and we're living large, even at that point, we need to remember that everything we have comes from God, and we have to actually, if you wish, realize that we are dependent on Him each and every day, as a way of avoiding pride, this cardinal sin here. Chapter 9 is a reminder that it's not because of Israel's righteousness that they have these blessings. Moses reminds the Israelites that they're not receiving the promised land because of their righteousness, but because of the wickedness of these other nations, and also to fulfill God's promise to bring justice and to fulfill His promise to punish those who acted wickedly. And of course, this serves to humble the Israelites. It reminds them of their failures and God's mercy, and it discourages pride, and it promotes a reliance on God's grace. It also served as a warning to the Jews that if God was able to use them to punish these nations for their actions, He could, and we find out later on, He would use other pagan nations to punish the Jews, this time for their own unfaithfulness. Many of the prophets wondered why God was punishing His own people using even a more wicked nation to punish them. Then in chapter 10 there's a call, very interesting, a spiritual idea here, the circumcision of the heart. Moses recounts the remaking of the tablets of stone, and he calls for the Israelites to circumcise their hearts and be no longer stiff-necked as they had been for 40 years while they wandered in the wilderness. We read in Deuteronomy chapter 10, beginning in verse 12, it says, "Now Israel, what does the Lord your God require from you? But to fear the Lord your God, to walk in all His ways and love Him, and to serve the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul, and to keep the Lord's commandments and His statutes, which I am commanding you today for your good. Behold, to the Lord your God belong heaven and the highest heavens, the earth and all that is in it. Yet on your fathers did the Lord set His affection to love them, and He chose their descendants after them, even you above all peoples as it is this day. So circumcise your heart and stiffen your neck no longer." So this metaphorical circumcision signifies an inner spiritual renewal and a sincere devotion to God. It calls for a deep, heartfelt commitment rather than mere outward compliance with the law. God wanted them to demonstrate their faith and love with actions that confirmed that on the inside, which only God can see, something was taking place that was exhibited on the outside, which everyone could see. And of course, this is the same exhortation given to Christian Jews by James in his epistle in chapter 2, verses 17 and 18. James says, "Even so faith, if it has no works, is dead, being by itself. But someone may well say, you have faith and I have works. Show me your faith without the works, and I will show you my faith by my works." Finally, chapter 11, blessings of obedience. Moses in this chapter sets before the Israelites the blessings of obedience and of course the curses of disobedience, emphasizing the choice between life and death. This chapter underlines the concrete consequences of their choices and their actions. It reinforces the covenantal terms that obedience will lead to prosperity and life in the land, while disobedience will result in hardship and expulsion. And this continues to be a basic principle for all believers, even in our time. We read in Galatians chapter 6 the following. It says, "Do not be deceived, God is not mocked. For whatever a man sows, this he will also reap. For the one who sows to his own flesh will from the flesh reap corruption. But the one who sows to the Spirit will from the Spirit reap eternal life. Let us not lose heart in doing good, for in due time we will reap if we do not grow weary. And so the repetition of certain commands and principles throughout these chapters serves several key purposes. First, there's a reinforcement of key concepts. The repetition ensures that the new generation of Israelites who may not have experienced the first giving of the law or the earlier miracles understand and internalize these laws for themselves. Also, it prepares them for a new challenge. As the Israelites stand on the threshold of the Promised Land, repeating these laws underscores their critical importance in the new challenges and temptations that they will face. And then, of course, it helps establish a stable society. The reiterated laws provide a foundation for building a just, prosperous, and godly society when they enter Canaan, which of course is being populated by a lawless pagan people. And so they have a spiritual blueprint, if you wish, to guide them, not only in personal conduct pleasing to God, but also for the building up of a society that will be at peace within itself and will be a prosperous nation without exploiting other people's weaknesses, since the blessings come from God and not the people. They will be wealthy, they'll be prosperous, not because they cheat each other, but because they're obeying God's laws. Their number one job was to carefully follow God's instructions. He would take care of the rest. This concept remains true and active into the New Testament lives of Christians, where Jesus virtually repeats Moses in Matthew chapter 6, verses 31 to 33, where he says, "Do not worry then, saying, what will we eat, or what will we drink, or what will we wear for clothing? For the Gentiles eagerly seek all these things. For your heavenly Father knows that you need all these things, but seek first His kingdom and His righteousness, and all these things will be added to you." Therefore, these chapters collectively prepare the Israelites not just in terms of military or strategic readiness for entering Canaan, but more crucially in spiritual and communal readiness to live as God's covenant people in their new homes. And so chapters 5 to 11 of Deuteronomy contains Moses' poignant address to the Israelites, reminding them of God's laws, their covenantal relationship with God, and the importance of faithfulness as they prepare to enter the Promised Land. These chapters also offer rich lessons that modern day Christians can apply to their lives, and as we try to do in each of these lessons, here are 3 practical lessons that we can apply to ourselves today. First, the importance of remembering and teaching. Moses repeatedly calls for the Israelites to remember the acts of God and to diligently teach these statutes to their children. Christians are encouraged to continually reflect on God's works and words in their lives as well. This involves not only personal meditation, but also the active transmission of faith through family and community interactions. Modern applications include parents discussing faith at home, sharing testimonies with others, and participating in public worship and Bible studies. This process helps to ground one's faith in both personal experience and the blessings that come from Christian fellowship. Children won't learn about Christian fellowship if they don't experience it through their parents' efforts. Lesson number 2, the danger of prosperity leading to forgetfulness. Moses warns the Israelites that prosperity in the Promised Land could lead them to forget the Lord and His commandments. This serves as a caution for Christians today against allowing material blessings and comfort to lead them away from reliance on God. The lesson is to maintain a posture of gratitude and humility, recognizing that all blessings come from God and should not lead to pride or self-sufficiency. Christians are encouraged to practice regular thanksgiving, acknowledging God's provision in their prayers, and engaging in acts of service that reinforce dependence and gratitude to God. It's always the same thing. It's always the same relationship over hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. The lesson is always the same. God wants us. He seeks after us that we depend on Him and that we acknowledge that He is the source of our blessings. And then finally, number 3, we should have vigilance against complacency. Now here, Moses warns against forgetting God when experiencing prosperity in the promised land in Deuteronomy 8:10-14. He cautions that wealth can lead to pride and this false sense of security. You know, the guy with the bigger barns, when Jesus is talking about that parable, the man who had excessive crops, and he decided he was going to build bigger barns. That idea of his wealth was leading him into some kind of complacency where he thought he didn't need anyone, especially God. This lesson is particularly relevant in today's materialistically driven society, where prosperity can sometimes lead to a decreased reliance on God. Christians are reminded to attribute their success to God's blessings and maintain humility and gratitude regardless of their economic or their social status. This might involve practices such as giving thanks in all circumstances, engaging in regular service and charity, and recognizing the source of all blessings, and also maintaining a regular pattern of public worship and private worship. One of the things that happens when we grow wealthy is that we begin to have quite a few activities. We have cars to take us places. We have country houses that take us out of town. We have opportunities to travel, and all of these things tend to diminish the time that we spend with God because we're busy enjoying our wealth. And Moses warns against this very thing to people 3,000 years ago, and that warning is still relevant to us today, especially in our culture that places so much emphasis on materialism. And so Moses' address in Deuteronomy serves as a timeless reminder of the importance of covenant, the risks of prosperity, and the benefits of faithful obedience. For modern Christians, these chapters offer guidance on living a life that not only adheres to spiritual principles, but also actively passes on these values to the next generation, ensuring a legacy of faith and obedience grounded in the historic faithfulness of God. One last passage here from the New Testament, this time 2 Timothy 2 verse 2. Paul says, "The things which you have heard from me in the presence of many witnesses, entrust these to faithful men who will be able to teach others." The idea of you learn the gospel, you learn about Christ, you learn about the Christian life, and you pass that on, usually to your children, but to other people, and especially those who will be able to teach others who will be able to teach others, so that in every generation someone is there to hand the faith to the next generation in its entirety. Okay, well that's our lesson for today. Assignment, of course, as usual, I encourage you to reread chapters 5 to 11, taking into account the background information that I've given you today, and then to move ahead and read chapters 12 to 26, which we will cover next time we get together for a class, if the Lord is willing. Well, I thank you for your attention, and I pray that God bless you this week. Bye-bye. Here we are, Numbers, Deuteronomy for beginners. This is lesson number 9 in our 10-lesson series. And the title of this lesson is Detailed Laws for Living. We'll be covering chapter 12 to 26. Hope that you've done your reading in order to take the best advantage of this class. It's good if you've read ahead of time. In our previous session, Moses, in preparation for the people to enter the promised land, reminded them of 2 basic things. First, the 10 Commandments and what's called the Shema, which is the instruction to love God above all else. And we'll read that. In Deuteronomy 6, beginning in verse 4, it says, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord is our God, the Lord is one. You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your might. These words which I am commanding you today shall be on your heart. You shall teach them diligently to your sons and shall talk of them when you sit in your house and when you walk by the way and when you lie down and when you rise up. You shall bind them as a sign on your hand, and they shall be as frontals on your forehead. You shall write them on the doorposts of your house and on your gates." And so this Shema was the central affirmation of Judaism, and it was and is the expression of the belief in the singularity of God and His incomparability. He was not compared to anything or anyone in all of creation. It is traditionally recited twice a day as part of the morning and evening services. And so as Moses moves into the next section of this book, he enumerates various ordinances which will serve as guides for worship, the exercise of justice, and regular community life once the people are in the promised land. He will also elaborate on the blessings of obedience and the curses attached to disobedience. And you'll see that this idea of blessings attached to obedience and curses for disobedience is a theme that runs through a lot of the book of Deuteronomy. In chapters 12 to 25, Moses will address 18 different topics. Now, we don't have time to give detailed explanation of these, but I'll try to give you a brief description of each, and we'll select just a few for more detailed study. I'll also include the passages in other books of the Bible where each of these ordinances were first given and then explained more thoroughly here in the book of Deuteronomy. We need to realize that Moses is not giving new instructions here, but he's reviewing and he's emphasizing laws and instructions that have already been given previously. So there are three main categories, and there are 18 different ordinances or laws. And so we begin with the first category, which is worship and religious practices. And the first item that is spoken of in the category of worship and religious practices is the central sanctuary in Deuteronomy 12. The idea here is that worship and sacrifices must only be performed at the location that God Himself has chosen. Centralized worship to maintain religious unity and to prevent idolatry. The purpose of centralizing worship in a specific God-chosen location, as dictated in Deuteronomy 12, had a profound religious, social, and political implication for the Israelites. First of all, it provided religious unity. By centralizing worship in one place, Moses aimed to create a unified religious practice among the Israelites. This would help maintain a cohesive belief system and also shared rituals, which are vital for preserving the cultural identity and the spiritual focus of the community. In a time when pagan worship often involved multiple shrines and multiple gods, the emphasis on a single worship site reinforced the monotheistic foundation of the Israelite religion, emphasizing worship of the one true God, Yahweh, and worship in the one place that Yahweh had chosen. It also helped prevent idolatry. Idolatry was a significant threat to the spiritual fidelity of the Israelites, especially as they were about to enter a land populated by polytheistic cultures. And so by centralizing worship, the law minimizes the risk of local influences and the proliferation of local shrines, which could easily incorporate idolatrous practices and beliefs. A central sanctuary would also allow for better regulation and oversight of all the religious practices, ensuring that they remain pure and in accordance with God's commands. And then, of course, it also provided political and social stability. A central place of worship served as a focal point for national gatherings, for festivals that brought people from all over the country to one place, and also for judicial matters, thereby fostering a sense of community and a sense of national unity. And so this centralization helped to solidify authority of the central government and the priesthood, stabilizing the society politically and socially. Remember, I keep going back to this all the time. The Jews for hundreds of years had been simply a slave nation. No government, no leadership, no military, no magistrates, no courts, nothing. And so they had to build this from scratch. And so having a centralized place of worship where the priests were and the judges were for political and social matters helped create an organized society. It also provided a venue where the entire nation could gather 3 times a year during major festivals like the Passover or Pentecost or the Feast of Tabernacles. And having these festivals where everyone gathered together promoted unity, and it reaffirmed their collective covenant with God. And then one more reason was educational and cultural significance. The central sanctuary was not only a place for offering sacrifices, but also a venue for teaching and passing on the laws and traditions of Israel to succeeding generations. So families would go to Jerusalem for the Feast of Pentecost, and they would bring their children, and their children would hear the teaching, and as they grew up and married, they would bring successive generations. And so this was a way of teaching successive generations the laws and the ordinances of God. So this setting allowed for a consistent interpretation of the law, shared cultural practices, and the reinforcement of the historical narrative of the people of Israel. They would tell over and over again the story of their release and freedom from Egypt, their wanderings in the desert, and how God redeemed them. In sum, the centralization of worship was a multifaceted strategy to ensure that the Israelites remained faithful to their covenant with God, fostering a strong, unified identity that could withstand the influences and the challenges of the neighboring cultures. They were different, but they were the only ones. And so they had to have a strong identity among themselves. It was essential for maintaining the religious purity, the social coherence, and also the political stability of this emerging Israelite society. And of course, you can go to Exodus 20:24, 1 Kings 8:29 as examples and passages that talk about how the centralized place of worship, the temple, was built and who built it, and so on and so forth. Another topic in this worship and religious practice section would be prohibition against idolatry, Deuteronomy 12 and 13. This prohibition forbade the worship of other gods and the use of idols. And the purpose of this was to ensure loyalty and purity in worship to Yahweh. And we can read about this in other places, Exodus 23-5, as well as Leviticus chapter 19. A third item under this category was the explanation of clean and unclean foods in Deuteronomy chapter 14. Again, these laws specified which animals, which foods were permissible to eat. The dietary laws in Deuteronomy 14, which define clean and unclean animals and detail what the Israelites may and may not eat, served several key purposes, both in setting the Israelites apart from other nations and potentially offering health benefits. The dietary laws were a critical component of the Israelites' identity as God's chosen people. By adhering to a unique set of food rules, the Israelites visibly differentiated themselves from the neighboring cultures, many of which had no such restrictions. This distinction was not just physical, but it was very symbolic, reinforcing their social covenant relationship with God. Why don't we do this? Because of our covenant with God. Eating, an everyday activity, became a regular reaffirmation of their spiritual and their cultural identity. And there were also health benefits. While the primary purpose of the dietary laws was to maintain ritual purity and obedience to God's commandments, modern interpreters often suggest that these laws might have had health benefits as well. For example, avoiding pork and shellfish. These animals we know now, can carry parasites and diseases that are harmful to humans, particularly those who live in hot climates and in times when proper cooking techniques and preservation methods were not well developed. And so avoiding these foods would have reduced the risk of foodborne illnesses, which other nations suffered from. Also, avoiding dead animals and the eating of blood. Prohibitions against eating animals that were found dead and consuming blood likely reduce the risk of spreading diseases, as these can be reservoirs, blood rather, can be reservoirs for various pathogens. And then of course the butchering and the food handling practices, the rituals associated with the slaughtering and the handling of food likely ensured that meat was handled in a more hygienic way than might otherwise have been the case, and as was the case with many of the pagan nations around them. And then there were social and community aspects of this. The dietary laws fostered a sense of community among the Israelites. All of the Israelites adhered to the same food laws. And so eating the same foods, prepared in the same way, avoided divisions that might arise from different practices. These laws made it difficult for Israelites to eat meals with non-Israelites, thus preserving their religious and social integrity against outside influence. They were different and they were to be set apart, and their eating laws helped to maintain that separateness, if you wish. And then finally, there were the moral and the theological implications of the food laws. These laws carried deeper symbolic meanings relating to holiness and purity. Many of the animals deemed unclean were predators or scavengers, which could symbolically represent death or uncleanness. And so the separation of meat and dairy, for example, can be seen as a symbolic act of separating life, represented by milk, the sustenance of the very young, separating life from death, which was represented by meat. In conclusion, the dietary laws set forth in Deuteronomy served multifaceted purposes. They reinforced the Israelites' distinct identity, potentially protected their health, it strengthened their community while upholding the theological and moral principles that was central to their religion. These laws symbolized their separation from the impurities and the moral failings of the surrounding nations, and they underscored their dedication to a life of purity as commanded by God. Everything they did was done in a way that honored God. And of course, you can read about these food laws in the book of Leviticus, chapter 11, verses 1 to 47. The next item were the tithes. The tithes, of course we know the tithes, 1/10 of all produce and livestock was to be given as a tithe to the Levites, and then we know that the Levites themselves would take 1/10 of what they had received and pass that along to the priests. And the purpose of this, of course, was to support the Levites and the temple in its work, as well as assisting the poor. And again, you can read about these laws in Numbers 18 and also in Leviticus 27. Well, the next group of items dealt with, let me get that up there, social justice and community regulations. So one of these items that dealt with social justice and community regulations was the sabbatical year. Deuteronomy chapter 15. Sabbatical year is when the debts were forgiven and Hebrew slaves were freed every 7 years. The purpose of this is that it promoted economic equality as well as freedom. The bottom line was that the rich couldn't get too rich and the poor would not be allowed to become too poor. You could be poor, but in Israel you would not be destitute. You could be rich, but not that rich that you could be totally independent. Another item in this social justice and community regulations area was the law about firstborn animals in Deuteronomy 15. The firstborn of livestock was dedicated to God. And the purpose for this was to acknowledge God's provision and sovereignty. God is the one that gave everything to you that you had. And so therefore the firstborn of your livestock you would offer to God in recognition of this fact. Again, references to the firstborn animals in Exodus chapter 13. Next item is the pilgrimage festivals in Deuteronomy 16 in the area of community regulations. Pilgrim festivals, these laws outline the requirements for celebrating Passover and Pentecost and the Feast of Tabernacles, sometimes called booths. The purpose of these was to strengthen national identity and community worship. National identity is a sense of a nation as a cohesive whole, represented by distinctive traditions, culture, and language. And so in the context of religious or communal practices, these feasts would play a significant role in strengthening the national identity and the national unity. Jews from all over the nation would come together for the same purpose, 3 times a year, to celebrate something they all shared and believed in as a whole. They shared practices and rituals. Engaging in common rituals and customs reinforced their collective memory and shared history, making each individual feel part of a larger society. You were never alone. You shared a history with all the people of your nation. Also cultural symbols, religious and communal symbols can serve as powerful markers of national identity. For instance, in the context of the Israelite culture, items like the menorah or the Ark of the Covenant, if you wish, were not just religious artifacts, but they were symbols of national pride and national identity. And then of course, these festivals and these ordinances enabled the people to share a religious and moral framework that unified a very diverse population, and it provided a common ground on which society and laws could be built. All the people shared the festivals for the same purpose, and they all followed the same rules and the same laws. And the practice of this brought them together as a nation. These festivals, these pilgrimage, enhanced community worship. Worship involves community members coming together to share in religious practices which reinforced social bonds and provided a sense of belonging. Here's how communal worship could be strengthened. First of all, the practices were all inclusive. In other words, encouraging participation from all segments of society could help to integrate the community more fully. Men, women, the rich, the poor, the educated, the less educated, all of them shared in the same festival, and they shared in the same festival in the same way. So it was a way that everyone from every part of society could come together. Also, frequent and regular communal worship kept the community tightly knit, and it reinforced regular engagement with the Israelites' faith and their practice of their faith. And also national festivals and holidays that included community worship components, such as the Passover or Pentecost tradition. These served not only religious functions, but also celebrated the Jewish heritage, and it fostered a community spirit. In other words, like I said, men, women, rich, poor, educated, not educated, so on and so forth. They all came together and they all shared equally in the promises of God and in the hope that these festivals represented. And so these elements not only support the spiritual life of the community, but also its social structure, and it enhanced both individual and collective well-being. In other words, it was good for everybody to come together regularly for worship. It was good for them then, and it's good for us today as Christians. It's good when brothers come together to worship on the first day of the week. Another item in this category was the justice system in Deuteronomy 16, verse 17. Here, the justice system established judges and courts mandating just rulings when there were debates or issues of law, and it ensured justice and order within the community. You had a place to go in order to resolve certain issue, monetary issue, real estate issues, whatever. There was a place you can go to get justice, to have the law interpreted for or against your position. The next item, yes, item number 9, was about the king's conduct. There actually were rules even declaring that the king must act in a certain way. These set limits on the wealth and the power of a future king. They didn't even have a king at this point, and yet Moses provides them with a law that kind of restrained the power and the wealth of a possible future king. This set of rules prevented corruption, and it promoted a focus on God's law rather than the amassing of wealth and power by the rich and the politically powerful. The 10th item were the rights of the Levites in Deuteronomy 18. Moses speaks about this. This provided physical and financial support for the Levites, instructions on how they were to be supported. And the purpose of this was to ensure the welfare of the Levites and the priests, of course, so that they could continue to serve the community's spiritual needs. And you can read about this in Numbers chapter 18. Again, I remind you, in Deuteronomy, Moses is summarizing and repeating laws that have already been given. They're not new laws, they're laws that have already been given. And so when I say you can read about that in Numbers 18, that's where this law was originally introduced. Item number 11 was about the prophets in Deuteronomy 18. Here, Moses distinguishes between a true and a false prophet. The idea was if a prophet made a prophecy and it wasn't fulfilled, the consequence of that is that prophet would be executed. And of course, this provided guidance to the community in following God's true messengers, not just any messenger, not just a self-appointed messenger, but it laid down a very strict rule about who would be God's messengers. And those messengers would be the ones who spoke the truth, who predicted that something would happen, and it happened exactly as they had said, because their message came from God. And you can read more about this in 1 Kings chapter 18 that talks about Elijah's confrontation with the false prophets and what happened to those false prophets. Another area is that of legal and ethical standards, so certain items about that. First item in this group is information about cities of refuge in Deuteronomy 19. Here, Moses establishes cities where those who commit manslaughter can flee and find protection. The purpose of this, of course, was to provide a fair trial and to prevent just blood vengeance. This idea about the cities of refuge was first introduced in Numbers 35, 6-34. Again, in this area, item number 13, laws of warfare, Deuteronomy chapter 20. These laws set an ethical guideline for engaging in warfare. In other words, there were rules to follow even for the people of Israel, even when they were at war. The laws of warfare, as outlined in Deuteronomy 20, set forth several ethical guidelines for engaging in warfare that were notably progressive for that time. These guidelines reflect a deep concern for moral conduct in situations of conflict, emphasizing humane treatment of enemies and the preservation of resources. So here's a bit of an elaboration on these principles, just looking at the humane treatment of enemies. For example, you had to offer peace before you made an assault. In Deuteronomy 20 verse 10, it stipulates that before attacking a city, an offer of peace must be made. If the city accepts the offer and opens its gates willingly, its people then are subjected to forced labor but must not be killed. This provision promoted the preservation of life and provided a non-violent option to resolve conflict. They would either attack the city and kill everybody or offer an alternative. We're stronger than you, we can come in and destroy you, but if you surrender, you'll be allowed to live. Also, there was protection for non-combatants. The laws provided that women and children and civilians generally should not be harmed during warfare. This distinction between combatants and non-combatants underlined an early form of what we now consider the rules of engagement under international law, which seeks to minimize civilian casualties. Now, these rules were for normal times of war, which would come up in Jewish history, and not necessarily the command that they received when they were to go in the promised land. The command there was to annihilate everybody, to remove everybody. Nothing remains alive. They were to completely cleanse the territory. These rules were for the future, once they were settled in and then had to protect themselves, or at times when they would go to war with neighbors and so on and so forth. These were the rules that guided their contact. And then one more, exemption from battle in Deuteronomy 25-7 exempts from battle those who have recently built a house or planted a vineyard, or who were recently married, or even fearful, thereby reducing trauma and ensuring that soldiers were mentally prepared and committed to the battle. And this consideration for personal and emotional states of individuals acknowledged the human aspect of warfare and aimed to maintain some kind of social stability, less PTSD, less trauma. The soldiers who went into battle were prepared for battle. And then if you want more references about this outside of Deuteronomy, you could go to 1 Samuel chapter 15. Item number 14 were just various laws. Laws on family and property and social behavior. These regulated personal and social conduct in order to maintain community harmony. And they reflected what was previously taught in Leviticus chapter 19. Item 15 was about marriage and family, Deuteronomy 22. Here there were regulations for marital relations and family responsibilities. The purpose was to preserve the family integrity and also ensured the protection of rights within the family. Again, you can read about this in Leviticus 18. Item number 16 was about human dignity and rights, Deuteronomy 24:5. Here, the information was about protecting the rights and the dignity of individuals, including the poor and those who were marginalized in society. The purpose of this was to promote fairness and compassion within the community, so that there was fairness and compassion for everyone in the community, not only the well-placed and the well-meaning and the well-bred and the well-educated, but also for the poor and those who were ill and infirmed. Number 17 was about loans and fair treatment, Deuteronomy 24. Here the ordinances in Deuteronomy 24 regarding loans and the fair treatment of the poor are a crucial component of the social justice system that was established through the Mosaic Law. These laws emphasized ethical treatment in financial dealings and special considerations for the economically vulnerable members of society. So here's a little more explanation about these rules. The purpose of these rules, well, first of all, there was a prohibition on interest on loans to fellow Israelites. In Deuteronomy 24, 10-13, Moses instructs that if you lend anything to your fellow Israelite, you should not act as a creditor by demanding interest. This law discouraged exploitation of the financial hardships of others within your community, fostering a spirit of support and brotherhood. Your brother is falling on, not just your brother in your family, your brother in the community is falling on hard times and needs help. If you offer help, then you're offering help. You're not offering a loan with interest. That was the point. Also, the collateral rights of debtors. The same chapter details how creditors should respect the dignity and basic needs of debtors. It wasn't that you were never allowed to charge interest, you just weren't allowed to charge interest to your brother. Some people made loans, specific loans that they owed for. And so a creditor must not enter, for example, a debtor's home to take a pledge, to take collateral, but must wait outside. And the garment that was taken as a pledge had to be returned by sunset so that the debtor could sleep in his cloak. This example preserved the dignity and the well-being of the debtor. It didn't erase the debtor's debt. That wasn't the point. The point was to treat the debtor with some dignity, not entering his house and taking the collateral, but rather waiting outside, protected the sanctity of the person's home. Not keeping, let's say it's his cloak, the example is for someone who's really poor, but if he gave you his cloak as collateral for the debt, then you had to give it back to him at night so he could sleep properly. In other words, you had to have a heart. Another issue, another condition, if you wish, was the remittance of debt in the sabbatical year. Although specifically elaborated in Deuteronomy 15, this aligns with the principles that are seen in Deuteronomy 24 that mandated that every creditor shall cancel the debts owed to him every 7th year. This prevents the accumulation of debt that could lead to poverty and enslavement. Again, you can read about this further in Leviticus chapter 25, 35-37. And then finally, number 18, were rules on weights and measures in Deuteronomy 25. Of course, this required honest weights and measures in trade negotiations. And the purpose of this, of course, was to promote fairness and trust in economic transactions, not only with your kin, not only within Israel, but if you were having transactions with other nations, trading wheat for sheep or whatever, you would be known as someone who is honest in your business dealings. That was all part of being God's people. So these categories and explanations reveal how the ordinances in Deuteronomy are designed to ensure a just, ethical, and a devout community that reflected God's covenant with Israel and, of course, their unique identity among the nations. They were different. All of these rules here helped separate them from the other nations. In chapter 26, we get information about offering of the first fruits. Chapter 26 outlines a series of rituals and practices for the Israelites to follow upon entering the Promised Land, emphasizing gratitude, obedience, and the recognition of God's providence. So here's a brief outline and explanation of the material in this chapter. First, the offering of the first fruits, Deuteronomy 26, 1-11. So upon entering the land and harvesting their first crops, the Israelites were to take the first of all the fruit of the ground, which they harvested from the land that God had given them, and put it in a basket. They then went to the place chosen by God for worship and present that to the priest who was in charge at that time. And so the worshiper would recite a brief history of Jacob's descent into Egypt, the affliction of the Israelites, their deliverance by God, and their arrival in the land flowing with milk and honey. And this recitation was a form of acknowledgement of God's help and blessings. And so this offering symbolized the Israelites' gratitude for the land and their recognition of God's sovereignty and His generosity. And also it served as a reminder of their history and God's intervention in their lives. Then there was the matter of the tithe and the declaration, Deuteronomy 26, 12-15. Here we read that every third year, which is the year of tithing, after storing all the tithes of produce and so on and so forth, the Israelites are to declare that they have removed the sacred portion from their house and given it to the Levites, to the foreigners, to the orphans and widows, according to the commandment given by God. And so the worshiper was to recite a declaration in front of God, acknowledging that they had obeyed the commandments concerning the tithes, they hadn't forgotten them, and they hadn't consumed any in mourning or impurity, or had given any of it for the dead.